You were born in Lahore and you grew up in Abbottabad. Would you like to talk about a little bit about your early life, your parents, your family?
Yes, Monisha, I was born in Lahore in 1933, as I hate to tell you. But in a way, I'm also very proud that I will soon be 80.
Mm-hmm.
And I've spent my entire life actually working. Started working from November 1954. And I think that various periods of my life have influenced the sort of evolution. As a child in Lahore, with a father who was passionately fond of music and dance and culture, he and my sister learning music from a regular musician.
Mm-hmm.
And singing in conferences, and you know how that a woman, a young girl, couldn't sit alone with the music teacher, and so I was a 3-year-old child, used to be made to sit there and was my sister's chaperone. But in the process, I imbibed and learned the music and could sing all the ragas, much to the amazement of everybody, because I was listening to it from morning till evening, first when she was having her lessons and then when she was practicing. And then father would also take us to dance programs and so on. And he decided that my talent lay in dance. So at a very young age, I think I was 5, he got a Kathak teacher for me. And and at that time, the people said in Lahore, he's a young man, but he's becoming senile, that he's making singing and dancing girls of his daughters.
Ah.
So, I mean, that was the atmosphere, but my father was not influenced by that. But in 1938,
you moved back to Abbottabad.
we went to Abbottabad, and we stayed there till 1940.
You said one of the biggest influences of your life probably at that time was a visit from Mahatma Gandhi.
Yes, you know, I can't imagine how fortunate I was that in 1939 Gandhiji came to Abbottabad and stayed in the family house where we were staying.
Mm-hmm.
And we lived, you know, we lived with him during those 40 days. And there was another cousin of mine, same age as me, and we used to go for walks in the morning with him, and he would put his one hand on my shoulder and one on my cousin's shoulder and talk to us and walk with us. And I still remember the long strides that he used to take, and we used to have a difficult time to keep pace with him. And he would say, "Ye to mere aashiq aur maashook hai." My grand aunt and uncle, in whose house he stayed and where we were also staying, were Congress members. And my auntie, who used to wear khadi, she was known, her name was Karna, Auntie Karna we used to call her. And she was known as Bulbule Hazara. Hazara is the district of Northern Western Frontier Province, now of course Pakistan. And people used to come from all over. And one of the people who lived in the house all the time that Gandhiji was there was Abdul Ghaffar Khan. What a wonderful man. What a, personality. And I was his favorite. And I used to sit in his lap all the time. Tall, regal, handsome man. And seeing him, Gandhiji, sitting by his side, sharing, he would give us little bits from his plate. It was quite a special thing. And my sister got greatly influenced, and she learned to spin. She learned, and she gave up all her imported silks and other clothes and wore khadi. And until her marriage later on in Delhi, she never ever wore anything but khadi. And she had a great love for reading, and so I grew up under the influence of my sister, who was a teacher in the school which was run by the family. It was the first first school, women's school, girls' school, and recently it celebrated its 100th anniversary, and they invited the entire family to come to observe the 100th family, and they all went. I couldn't go because I had to go to a conference, but everybody else went, and I had studied in that school. My sister had taught in that school. So it was really a very rich
but your sister
childhood.
was a good 12 years older than you.
Yes, my sister was 12
years older than you, and your brother was
10 years older. My sister's name was Ramindra, and sad for us, she passed away this last month, February, on the 15th. And 27th would have been her 93rd birthday. Wow. And she had a rich life, and she influenced me and helped me greatly, because then we came to Delhi. We came to Delhi in 1940.
So you were about 7 years old when you came to Delhi?
Sorry?
You were about 7 years old when you came to Delhi, 1940. You think that had a big impact on your life, sort of moving and coming to another place?
From a small provincial town to come into Delhi, I mean, it was really like entering another world altogether. And I still remember the first telephone I saw was here, and it was an old-fashioned telephone, the one with a mouthpiece, and you had a trumpet-shaped thing on a hook. And I remember I was so frightened when they put the trumpet thing in my ear, and I could hear a voice of a beloved aunt calling, us, and I couldn't see her, but I could hear her very clearly. And the thing also which fascinated me was I saw peacock. We lived in Old Delhi, civil lines, and the ridge was just opposite. And a peacock flew across onto our terrace. And I looked at this beautiful, I had only seen photographs of peacock, or seen it on my mother's jewelry, or her brocaded salwar kameez. And suddenly I see the real bird flying across, and its beautiful colors.
You also said that you never knew English until you came to Delhi. You had never studied. You learned English for the first time.
I didn't use English. I didn't know how to speak. I didn't know how to read. I didn't know how to write. Maybe I knew ABCD, but not more than that, because our school was a vernacular school, and I learned Punjabi and Hindi. Because it was very funny. Though Urdu was the language which the men used, the business language, women never learned Urdu. Women were taught Gurumukhi amongst the Sikhs and Hindi, but mostly Gurumukhi. And men learned Urdu. So in our school, we were not taught Urdu, even though there were Muslim girls in the school. We learned Gurumukhi and we learned Hindi. And when I came and they wanted to put me into a convent, which was the Presentation Convent in Kashmiri Gate. my sister gave me a crash course in English, and in a couple of months I learned to speak a little bit of English, to read and write, and they put me in the second standard.
Okay.
So I started studying, and in fact I really never learned grammar. And so maybe I make grammatical mistakes with this because I never learned from nursery upwards.
Yeah. And did your sort of song and dance training, learning, and all that continue when you moved to Delhi?
Music, yes. Dance, no. Because you see, what had happened was that father in Lahore was a very rich man. And then before the Second World War, when there was a depression all over the world and all businesses crashed, and he was a banker also. You know, father was an entrepreneur. He started the first hotel and bar and restaurant in Lahore, the first bakery with cakes and so on, and all the Europeans used to come and buy from that bakery, and soda water factory, and the first ever in India bus service, or and he had a bank. And then with the depression, his bank crashed and he lost everything, and we had to leave. We ran away because you know, everything was taken over by the banks and so on, and he went into a depression. You know, so we came to Delhi. He started working with an uncle of ours who had set up for supplying the army for the Second World War. And so we came, and they gave us room in our old family house on the civil lines. And that place used to be known as Khyber Pass, you know. And it was just, the road led to the Flagstaff up, and later on when I went to college, I used to walk across the ridge to go to college in Miranda House. But and it was also from a girls' school. I went into Presentation Convent, which was a co-educational. And you had Europeans, and you had Indians, mixed, you know, Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Anglo-Indians, and they had an Indian section and an English section. And because I was very fair,
you got promoted.
They promoted me to the English section, and all my friends were left in the Indian section. And I came home and cried, and I said, I don't want to go to the English section, I want to go to the Indian section. And my father came to see the Mother Superior, who started laughing and said, you know, people want to contribute to the church, etc., to have their children transferred to the English section. You're telling me to put her back in the Indian section. You don't have to listen to children, you have to ignore them.
What role did your mother play in your life?
Mother was loving.
Yeah.
All loving, all love. I had a most wonderful childhood. She loved me exceedingly because I was the child of their old age in a way, because of the and in fact she was quite a person in her own right, and so therefore father felt that he had to dominate her. So she never really came into her own because you know, as Ahmedabad, when she was a child, it had no road leading to it. People rode on horses from what is Textile now, which was the railhead. And they used to ride on horses to come up to Ahmedabad. And all her uncles were educated. They were landed zamindars. And they owned forests in Swat and so on. And and it's very interesting that I will show you a blanket
blanket is your father's?
This belongs to my father.
Wow.
And my sister had it, and she gave it to me because she said, you will appreciate this. And so it was actually 4 pieces. So she kept 2 pieces, and then even the other 2 pieces she gave me.
Okay.
And I wear it even today, and this is very, very warm because this is camel wool.
Okay, all of it.
And look at the beautiful weave and the colors. They are vegetable dyes, and they've been washed umpteenth number of times. And also there is the fact that father used it for so many years. Father was born actually in the end of the 19th century, and I have a elephant's memory, I remember things. My sister used to tell me, father never told me this, I don't remember, but he used to tell us stories about his ancestors. So in a way, thanks to him, thanks to father, telling the story about the origin of, we are the Ahluwalias, which, and there used to be this General Hari Singh Ahluwalia, who went to Afghanistan, and and because of him, our family also moved and settled in Ahmedabad. And
So went from where?
Went from Jhelum.
Okay.
And and he says that his great-grandfather went on a mule. They were liquor makers, and they traveled, following the army, the Sikh army, and they went up to Ahmedabad and settled there.
Okay.
And of course, the upwardly mobile, how we are, because liquor makers, or they used to be known as kalals, were untouchables.
Okay.
I used to tease my father and tell him, please, can't you get a certificate that we are untouchables, then I can get and be my boss's boss. When I was working in the handicraft board, we used to laugh about it. So, but a lot of the Ahluwalias who became generals and very well placed rewrote their own history and tried to show that they would say Ahlu is the name of a village and we came from there.
They didn't want to be.
But actually, Ahluwalias means the liquor which was used to be made from potatoes.
So that was your maiden name?
No, we never used it.
We never used
but we belonged to that, what they call, community or whatever it is. And we have actually, the community has a trust which runs into millions now. Just our community, not the big Ahluwalia, just our, which runs, because everybody contributed, everybody had to contribute. And they finance international travel, they finance impoverished people, the education, and so on and so forth. So they have, but and mother used to tell me that when they used to have a panchayat of the community, who would sit on judgment on various problems, etc., they would swear by the bowl of liquor. Liquor used to be poured into a bell metal katora, and the 5 punch used to drink from it and swear that they will tell the truth or whatever and make the man something. So you see this, and I feel that it was amazing that father told us so many stories that because of him, I in a way belong to 3 centuries. The 19th, the 20th, and today the 21st. It's amazing how through oral history you scan span and you bring out the living culture of a people.
And they all influence who you are.
You know, and who you are, how your community is, in what way it has contributed to your growth and to the growth of the people around you. And I mean, like my son now, who is 40, is also spanning through me and his grandfather.
Another 3 generations.
Another, you know,
centuries.
Centuries, you know. And like, as I was telling somebody, we celebrated my sister's birthday on the 27th, where she was no more with us. And there were 4 generations. There was me, my niece, my grandnephew and his wife, and my great-grandnephew, their son. So there are 4 generations who were saying, and even that little fellow who's 2 years old was saying, Bade Mama's birthday. So, you know, and see, this is the warp and the weft of life. This is what Father wore, he said, before he used to go to the forest before he got married. So this was in the early years of the last century. And today I'm using it, and the other piece I'm giving it to my son, and hopefully they have children, he'll pass it on to them, and it is like the warp of life passing on so many generations.
You think your interest in textiles started somewhere there, or
my interest here in a way perhaps because we had Hajra Begum, you know, how memories come when you ask a question. And Hajra Begum was the nurse from Swat who looked after me. And she used to do that beautiful Swati embroidery, which is quite distinctive from the Pulkari and the Bagh. Now Hazara, where we come from, is known for the finest Bagh and Pulkari in the world, you know. And Hajra Begum, who used to look after me, used to do this embroidery. And when in 1940 we left and I said goodbye to her, and I was, you know, 7 years old. And she gave a pillowcase embroidered by her for me, saying that when my Bibi, she would say, my Bibi gets married, please give it to her in her marriage. So, you know, maybe
Did your mother keep it for you?
Yes, she did.
Yeah?
Yes, she did, and she gave it to me.
You
know, so, but I think more so my father was very interested, because when we came to Delhi, he used to travel on business, and he used to go to Rajasthan. And when he went there, he would see then in the small towns people sitting and doing the tie and dye, and he would get odnis made for us, sari made for my sister, because they never used to make, he would buy the cloth and give it to them and he would buy the that printed cloth which the tribal people used to wear, and the you know, the Sanganer prints and so on, the original, because that is what was being printed and available, and you know, he had very good taste. He had very good tastes. And it was very funny. Mother didn't have a good taste.
This is good
she liked all shiny things, and so whenever she had to go shopping, either my father or my sister went. My sister had immaculate taste, and would say, "Mother, you buy all the wrong things, you know." And so I learned a lot from my father.
So did you always grow up wearing sort of more traditional Indian clothing, saris and shalwar?
Absolutely.
You were never a big fan of
the only time I wore dress was for school uniform, which was a terrible pale blue color with a yellow blouse with a collar and a tie, which was a presentation compliment. But otherwise, I never wore dresses.
Even at college in Miranda House?
Never. You know, there was just one girl who used to wear Kalyani then, and her father was, because I did English literature and so did Kalyani. Kalyani and I had been in school together, and he was principal of a school, and so she thought that for coming to college she'll get dresses made. She made dresses, but nobody wore dresses, so everybody made fun of her, and she soon gave it up and started wearing saris and salwar kameez.
Okay.
You know, and this was really the thing. But the other influence, which was very interesting, was there was this wonderful Sikh poet, great poet and religious leader, Bhai Singh. The family was devoted to him, and my father just worshipped him. And he was a very interesting man. He was a Sikh, part of the intellectual elite, Punjabi Sikh, and he lived in Amritsar.
Okay.
And every year we used to go and visit him from Ahmedabad, then later on from Delhi, and I'm sure father used to go in from, but I remember we used to go there, and he had, though he was a vegetarian, he had a Western style of living, in the sense that, you know, they had they ate on a dining table with places set for everybody, and you had soup, and I still remember that kale chane ka soup, you know, black, and I make it even today, and it's one of my favorites. He, you know, everybody used to sing religious bhajans and things for him, and I, being a child, said, I'm going to sing you something else which I've learned. And I sang him a folk song, and everybody was sort of, you know, good Lord, this child, she's impossible. And he said, oh, how wonderful. I think he must have been bored with all the religious music, you see. And so he was thrilled. He said, how many do you know? So I said, I sing you 3, 4. So merrily I sang him. And then he gave me a beautiful leather-bound book, which my mother kept. And I was supposed to, he said to me, write down, ask your mother, write down all the songs that you know, and ask your sister to write down the musical notes of the tune, because my sister knew how to write and read music. So, you know, it was really a wonderful treat to go, because he had a beautiful garden, he had a lovely home, he grew flowers, and he used to import seeds and bulbs from, you know, and I still remember that he used to have a lot of tulips growing in his garden, because one of his devotees was in Holland, had gone to Holland on business, and used to send, you know, bulbs for him. So in my childhood, these were the great influences.
Till about what? Till after you went to college? In college, what did you study?
No, I would say in 1940 when we came, my brother was then had joined Hindu college, and he became a part of the young students movement of Quit India. So, you know, so he would tell me, he would dare me to go to school, and he said, on the board write Quit India. And my sister would hear him, and she would say, don't you dare do that, you know. Don't do that, because they might throw you out of school, you know. So, and then my uncle, who was very much a part of our life, lived in, I still remember, number 8 Haley Road. And next to him lived Mr. Patnaik, who was a pilot in the Air Force, or pilot or something. You know, the Naveen Patnaik's father.
Okay.
And he was a part of the independence movement struggle, and a lot of, and he was, you know, undercover because he was working with the British.
Yeah.
And a lot of Congress leaders used to hide there. And one of the people would be Aruna Asaf Ali. So they used to sneak in from the back lane, go in through the kitchen into his house. And we would stand there, and my brother, who knew many of the leaders, would point out, look, 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 that's Aruna Asaf Ali. See, that is, you know, Morarji Desai. Look at that, that is so and so, you know. So in a way, it was an indirect introduction to the leaders of the Congress Party. And when I went to college, there was another influence which came in my second year, you know,
and that was?
Which was of the Students' Federation, the leftist movement. At that time, practically every intelligent university person was leftist. Some of them were socialists, some of them were leftists, and many of them were armchair communists. And I joined the Students' Federation.
This was before 47 or after independence?
College I joined in 1948. By that
so
time,
a year after.
I mean, independence came while I was still and I was the head girl of Presentation Comment. In fact, my reputation as coming from a nationalist family was already there, because 1947, when independence came and they had to celebrate, and the Mother Superior summoned me and asked me, so what do you call him, the leader? Mahatma Gandhi. You know, I said, oh, I see. And then Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru. So she said, and do you know any songs? So I knew Sare Jahan Se Acha, Hindustan Hamara. And I knew also our national anthem. So she said, okay, then you better teach the girls, and we must celebrate 1947.
But she was British.
They were Irish. So, you know, and they were not, the Irish themselves had their struggle. So they were not pro-British, you know. And we used to sing When Irish Eyes Are Smiling, you know. And it was also very interesting that we, you know, so they didn't know about it, but they were not looking down upon us. And so they celebrated the coming of the independence. And I taught the girls and the boys to sing Sare Jahan Se Acha and the national anthem, because we all knew it at home, you know. We used to sing it.
And you still sing today, don't you sing?
Yes, I love. Can't you see my dance?
I know, it's very nice.
I tell you, it's for me like a meditation. I enjoy it very much.
And you have somebody who comes here and sings with you?
Every week. I haven't recently. He's become a little erratic, and I've also not been very well. But I still continue with my music. I love music. I love music.
You were talking about 1947 and then
1947, and it was my final year of school. And in 1948, I joined Miranda House in the Delhi University in English literature, because I wanted to be a journalist.
And your father was okay about that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So it was all right. But after I finished I graduated, that my father wanted me to get married.
Okay.
And because rumors of I met my first husband. He was a member of the Communist Party and was expelled from the Communist Party. His name was Santosh Kumar Chatterjee. He had been imprisoned during the British, and because Communist Party was banned by the British, and then later on, even after independence, it continued to be still. It was only when India became a republic, the president gave amnesty to all political prisoners, and he came out of prison. And his friends decided to, who were also members of the Communist Party, and because having been expelled from the Communist Party, he neither could work with the Communist Party, nor could he work with any other party or organization or institution. So the only thing for him was that he could be trained as a lawyer. So they all collected money and sent him to study law. And there, I, who had become a member of the Students' Federation, met him.
When you were still in college?
I was still in college, in my second year in college. And so he wooed me, and it was really like Desdemona and Othello. And he was pretty ugly, but brilliant.
And that's what enchanted you?
And that's what, and then also, his stories enchanted me, and the fact that he was living, he was impoverished, that he had nothing, nobody, nowhere to go, and all the rest of it. So, he pursued me, and he would steal roses from the vice principal's bungalow and from the vice chancellor's garden and offer them to me and so on.
But your father didn't line up any suitors for you?
Sorry?
Your father never lined up any suitors?
No, the point is it was kept secret, but still he came to hear that I was up to no good, so he thought that I should get married.
Okay.
And so I refused to get married, and he refused to pay for my master's after I graduated. So what I started to do was despite my saying my grammar was bad, my English by that time had improved considerably. And they used to have a system where after matriculation, people would do a prep to join BA.
Okay.
So it was a boarding school, and people came, sort of residential college, and people came from provincial towns. So I got a lot of tuitions. So I used to teach them. And I had a friend of mine who ran a tourist agency. Okay. So on weekends, I used to take tourists.
Oh,
she trained me.
You take guides.
She trained me, and she used to pay me 50 rupees per tour. So I would take 2-3 people in a taxi and take them around to this thing. And they used to tip me also. And
50 rupees is quite a lot of money.
So I made a little bit of money.
Yeah.
In addition, what I used to do, and that has brought me in contact with the cottage industries in Pune, was I used to go to Jama Masjid, to Paharganj, and in Jama Masjid I would buy kullas and all kinds of habis and brass lamps and things like that, and make table lamps and shades out of kullas, and then I would go to Paharganj, where they used to sell these printed things that I had learned to appreciate through my father.
Yeah.
And I would bring them back and I would stitch them into, bags and shades and all kinds of things, and then go and sell them to the Central Cottage Industries Emporium.
Okay.
And so they came to know me. And in August 1954, September, in June 1954,
when you had finished
when I was still studying, I was in my final year in MA.
Okay.
I went with my friends from Miranda House to the south, and with the money that I had earned, I had a 500 rupees, and I went by student concession. Return ticket to Madras was 50 rupees.
Okay.
Delhi, Madras, and so on. And I went to Chennai. Went and stayed with a friend of mine's cousin, who was a tourist officer, and she made a tour for me to visit all the temple towns.
Okay.
And so again, students thing, I got a circular ticket for 100 rupees, and I stayed at the railway retiring rooms, which were 1 rupee 50 naya paisa per night, and for 30 paisa I used to get a breakfast. For 1 rupee I would get lunch and dinner. And I went to Chidambaram, I went to Tanjore, to Madurai, Trichinopalli, Kanyakumari, and I bought handicraft things. At that time they were so cheap. I bought these painted dolls, I bought the Tirupati dolls, I bought little glass paintings, and I bought a beautiful large umbrella made out of palm leaf, which the workers would wear on their head when they work.
For the sun, to protect them from the sun.
This
is the first time you had done something like this?
Yeah, because it was the first time I went down south. I saw the sea for the first time. And I collected these items because I was fascinated by a wonderful new culture. So I carried these things. And in my contact with the cottage industries, I had met L.C. Jain, who was then member secretary of the All India Handicrafts Board, working under Kamala Devi.
Okay.
So I arrived back in July or June or whatever, and I carry all these things, and I tell him, look, this was fascinating, and I showed him all that I had collected, and I said I didn't have very much money, but with whatever money I had, and here, this is for you, for the cottage industry. And he was amazed because they had started a scheme of surveying the crafts, and the survey team had gone to the south and they had not picked up any of these things which I had picked up, and they spent so much money on them. So they were amazed, and he told Kamala Devi about me. And then in the meantime, what happened was that he said to me that would you like to join us? That we are preparing a scheme for starting a miniature design center for reviving as well as for redesigning old crafts and textiles and so on for the market today. And I said, I would love to, it was just as a discussion. In the meantime, what happened was that the Delhi University got an invitation from the Soviet Union, it was then the Soviet Union, for students to come and visit, and they could select students from the Delhi University and a couple of other universities. And I, in the meantime, I had become a student leader. I was the president of my college. And the first time that Miranda House went on strike to join the strike of the polytechnic students who were wanting to be recognized, etc., and so on. So, Patch flag.
So you were responsible
I was there,
for
and
that.
I led the girls. And we had that very strained, irate Mrs. Thakurdas as the principal, who said, "I'd throw you out," and so on and so forth. And so the whole college turned out, as a popular president of the college. In the meantime, they also had an election, and they selected me as the secretary of the Students' Union in the university. So I represented the Students' Union in this teachers-student delegation which went to the Soviet Union.
Okay, so you went to the Soviet Union.
And I went to the Soviet Union with them, and it was quite an experience because they were still getting over the war. The division of the Iron Curtain and things were there. So we flew into Vienna, and we spent the night, and the next day we were taken to the Soviet zone, and we flew from there to Soviet Union. But before that, we went to see the first opera, the Magic Flute,
in Vienna.
In the newly opened, destroyed opera house, and I still remember. It's so wonderful to hear Papagano sing, when one had only heard music on the small gramophones, and there to hear and witness, it was out of this world. And then I went to the Soviet Union. They took us around, and that was also the first time I went to Central Asia. We went to Tashkent. And it was amazing, So when I came back, they offered me this job, and I said, "Look, let me finish." So they said, "Sorry, if you will lose the job. You have to join." So I decided to join the Handicrafts Board. In the meantime, the tourist department, they were also looking for people, offered me a gazetted job. And this was just an assistant's job at 160 rupees a month. And the other one was 500 rupees. And I decided, because I loved handicrafts, that I would join this one. And the deputy director said to me, "Jasleen, are you aware this is a clerical job you are getting? You're getting a gazetted job." I couldn't care less. I knew nothing about clerical, gazetted, this, that, and the other.
You just really wanted to work with handicrafts.
Yes, so I joined, and I was put in charge of the miniature design center, which was started on Janpat in the old barracks. And I went around, and from Chori Bazaar I got coppersmiths and silver carve engraver and enamelist and various people to come and work. And then we started another scheme of revival of textiles. So a committee was set up to, from the museum to select pieces. And the wonderful man, great scholar, Prithvish Yogi, was there, working there. And he was the favorite student of Stella Kranish. And he, took me under his wing and started. In the meantime...
But had you met Kamla Devi? Chattopadhyay?
Yes, yes, she interviewed me.
Okay.
And she agreed that I should join, and I joined on the 15th of November 1954, a date which is engraved in my mind.
Okay.
And I'm so glad that I was foolish enough not to bother about rank and money and this and that I took up this, and I've never looked back since then, because it became my life. And my first marriage broke up, and I had nowhere to go. I still remember that I had no money. Because you see, my first husband wasn't earning any, he was still apprenticed. So every beginning of the month when I used to get my salary, because I was not gazetted, I would get it in cash. I would give it to him.
Okay.
So that he didn't feel, And every day he would give me 1 rupee. And 4 annas used to be for the patpatia, as they used to call them, the motorcycle converted into 4-seaters. 4 annas for coming to Connaught Place from Daryaganj, where I was living with him, and 4 annas to come back. And then there was 4 annas for a cup of coffee at the India Coffee House, which was on the Janpat for lunch, and 4 annas for tea. Time,
But he ran the house.
But he ran the house with that money, that 300 rupees, or rather 290 rupees, which was my handsome salary.
Okay.
And so that day when I walked out, and I told him we'd had a huge fight and so on, and he had become abusive and violent, and I told him I would never come back to him. I just had 4 annas left over from the previous day, and so I took that 4 annas thing and I went to office, and I didn't know where I would spend the night. And some textiles had come, and they were lying spread out in the design center, and I slept in them in the night.
Okay.
And then I was very friendly with Nandita Kriplani, who was a granddaughter of Rabindranath Tagore.
Okay.
And so my Santosh went to her and said, see, Jasleen has left me, and she's and that happened to be also my birthday, 20th of August.
Yeah.
No, the day after, the day before I left on the 19th, and 20th of August was my birthday. So Nandita came, and I thought she's come to wish me happy birthday. So I got up and I embraced her, and I said, you came to wish me happy birthday? And she said, no, I came to take you back to Santosh.
Okay.
So I burst into tears and I said, I will never go back to him because he hit me and he was abusive. And then I started crying, and she said, where did you go? And she said, oh, he said you went to some lover of yours. I said, what lover? I slept on this textiles last night, and I haven't even brushed my teeth because I have nothing, no money, nothing. So she said, you come with me. So she took me in, and I never told anybody. So I stayed with her. He then came and told Kamala Devi, saying that Nandita had turned against him and for me. Then he went and told Kamala Devi, and Kamala Devi summoned me and said, what happened? So I told her. She was wonderful, having faced an abusive marriage. She was a child widow, you know that. And then Harindranath Chattopadhyay was a drunkard. And so she's always very sympathetic, and she said, "Why didn't you tell me? Come and stay with me." So I said, "I'm staying with Nandita, she's given me." And so she immediately, she said, "Here's some money. Do you have money?" I said, "No." She said, "Don't ask anybody. Here's some money. Come and stay with me if you want to. What can I do for you?" I said, "Find me a place to stay." She was quite a powerful woman.
Of course, yeah.
And she rang up the government state office and got me in South Avenue an MP flat, which was empty. So I
moved in there.
I stayed there.
You never went back to your parents?
Because what happened was that when they heard about it, my family said to me, "You come back, but either we own you or we disown you." You know, when they used that word, I said, "Nobody owns me, so I will not have anything to do." My father had, when I got married to Santosh, had said the prayers of the dead and had said,
my daughter's gone.
She's not alive for me, etc., etc. And my mother was not allowed to see me, nobody, and he said anybody who sees her did not come to see me, etc., etc. But in the family, whoever, two people kept in touch with me. One of them was my sister. Despite the fact that she was very, very close to my father. But because she was close to my father, she could take liberties with him. And the other one was a very interesting, powerful woman, an aunt of mine, who said, "My house is always open for you. Whenever you want to come, you can come."
Did you ever reconcile with your father later?
Never.
Never.
Only after my mother died, which was in 1978.
You were in Iran?
I was on my way to Africa.
Okay.
And I had gone for a conference in Vienna. And I was staying there with a cousin of mine whose husband was posted with Junido. And I was on my way to head a project in Africa. And I got a telegram to say that my mother had passed away in the arms of my niece Ranu, that I'm very fond of, and my mother was, and that she passed away peacefully. Because they felt it's nice that I get a news when I'm with my cousin. So I rang up my mother. They had already taken her for cremation, and I thought that what is the point of my going back, because I can't go home, my father doesn't talk to me, who do I see, where do I go? So it's best that I go and join my job in Africa, because I was moving from Iran then to Africa. So I went to Africa without coming home, and that was a big mistake, because I never was able to mourn for my mother and get over. And I arrived in Africa where I didn't know a soul. Not a soul.
Yeah. And you arrived in Kenya?
No, in Addis Ababa.
Addis Ababa.
And I still remember that my first year in Africa was very unhappy. And because I was missing my mother. And then when I came back to Delhi, and my sister told my father that Jasleen is here, would you like to see her? And he said, yes, I'd like to see her. And that's when I went back to see him in 1979. So, and then all the time he kept saying wonderful things about my mother, which he never said while she was alive. And I felt, I wish he had said even 10th of these things while she was still alive, and he was missing her.
Of course.
you know. And he then, he didn't want to live. He even gave up his prayers. He said, she was my prayer. And we were all very amazed and astonished. And he committed suicide, my father. You know.
This was what, at least a year after your mother? More than a year?
Yeah, within a year. He climbed up on the 3rd floor and jumped down. And he died. Well, luckily, when he fell, he injured the lower back, where it was a center, you know, controlling the pain, and so he never really felt any pain. It took him a little while to go, but he died soon after. But he couldn't live without her, and all his life he used to keep on, you know, bugging my mother, you know. And it was only after she died that he really appreciated who she was and what she was and how important she was in his life. And that is the sad part of the relationships often that were there, which were not very happy, but continued. But my mother was so wonderful and loving. And she gave me a lot of love.
But by 78, you had also then married Ram.
Yes, I got married to Ram actually in 1961 in London.
Okay, yeah.
And so I was married to him. And I had my son in 1967, who was a joy and continues to be a joy in my life. And now I have a daughter-in-law, Apini, who is a joy in my life.
Yeah.
So I think to go back to when I first started working, and that's very, very important. I think that, you see, what was happening was that time it was revival of the crafts. And crafts were looked at as, and Gandhi ji had, wanted the crafts and the cottage industries and the small scale industries to be developed. And so it was agreed that there would be a dual economy, industrialization on one hand and the development of small scale and cottage industries.
And this is what Nehru followed?
Sorry?
This is what Nehru also practiced?
This is what Nehru followed. But the planning commission, the Brahmins of the economic world, felt that it was the cottage industries and all that was antediluvian, and we had a very difficult time to get support.
Okay.
Kamala Devi, who was a fantastic organizer, very committed, had been a very, very important leader of the Congress and had built up not only the women's movement and the women's wing of the Congress, but also had built up the Karnataka, which was used to be a stronghold of the Congress party and continued to be for many years until recently that BJP has come into power over there. And southern part of India, she used to contribute greatly to that. And all the chief ministers who were all Congress leaders respected her. So she would just walk into, and she built up a whole structure of handicrafts development all over. In a short while, every state had a handicrafts department, every state had a handicrafts board, and every state had an emporium for selling.
All set up
by her in all over.
And how would these handicraft departments and all work? Artisans would come there?
Well, that's what, the thing is that nothing was known. And so she went around from state to state, from village to village, searching out for the crafts.
Okay.
And I worked with her.
So you also traveled with her?
I traveled with her, I worked with her, and I was the only person who could keep up with her.
Okay.
Everybody else used to fall sick. And I used to work because I was enthusiastic, I was interested, and she and I got along very well. My slightly more sophisticated upbringing, thanks to my father and my parents and so on, made me a good companion for her so that we could travel together. And you know, we would go to the district, look up the district gazetteer written by the British, find out where the crafts were, and we would go from village to village. And often what would happen is that nobody knew how to weave, they had stopped weaving, or they were weaving only for the local community. The saris, like when we went to Orissa, one of the most beautiful saris was this tie and dye called Vachitrapuri. And these used to be short saris. So the loom was also short. So we had to get hold of the weaving people, broaden the looms. Instead of rewriting the whole story, we had to get the looms lengthened, I mean the width, so that it could become. I remember we went, we traveled from village to village, finding out who the weavers were. Or we would go to a village and which was known for its weaving, and they would say, "Nahi, koi nahi karta." And then we would do, yes, yes, we've got some looms, and they would be thrown at the back, you know. And then we would persuade them, we will buy it, you know. We had no money. I still remember we went to Pochampally in Andhra Pradesh, and I used to laugh and said, Kamla Devi will go to Ladakh in winter, and to Pochampally, the hottest place, in summer. And I still remember that we went by jeep. We used to bless that jeep, the production of the Second World War. And we went by jeep, and there was no road. It was a road which was made by the bullock cart. So one wheel was on the rut, the thing, one wheel was on the top. And the sides used to have, of the farms would have cactus. And I remember we arrived in Pochampally in the hot sun, and I was sitting in the middle of the jeep, the front seat, she on the side, and we had these canvas bottles filled with water and strung outside, which would cool the water. And she would wet a towel and put it on her head, and she would tell me, "You do the same. Gandhiji used to do that. He taught me." But me, young girl, imagine me with a wet towel on my head. Nothing would make me put that. I said, yes, it's okay. I'm in the middle here. And I still remember when we arrived in the Pochampally village, and she got off, I saw blood dripping because she had been scratched by the cactus. The thing had been leaning against that, and she didn't even realize. And our water had run out, and we were so thirsty, and there was no water. So I remember there used to be a cooperative society. We went there, and they had a coconut tree. So they sent somebody up the coconut tree, and we brought down the coconut, and that's the water. And they used to make what was called the rumal. And that rumal would be worn as a dhoti, as a angarkha as well as a turban by the local people. And so we asked them to make a sari out of that. And they said nobody will wear, you know, because this is 60 counts, it's thick. And so we said, no, please, please. So we ordered 3 saris. And Kamala Devi gave them an advance to buy yarn, and you know how much the advance was? 90 rupees.
Okay.
And when the sari arrived in in Delhi, then one sari the cottage industries bought to order more with this guy who had come, and one sari I bought and one sari Kamala Devi got, because we didn't have money to pay for them, and cottage industries couldn't give cash. They had no cash. So I remember she paid 50, I paid 40, and she'd already given them the material, and for 40 rupees I have, and I still have that sari with me, the first sari woven in Pochampalli. And today that whole of that district is living on the, and they started, we kept in touch with them, and later on we got some of the weavers sent to Banaras to be trained in silk weaving.
Okay.
And so they came back and they initiated the tie and dye in silk weaving, and now they copy the Patan Patola silk designs. So, you know, and this is a story everywhere. We would go to a district, we would go to the district collector, take out the gazetteer, make notes from them. And with the local district officer, we would go from village to village, searching out. There's a potter there, there is a stone carver there, there is a metal caster there, there is a jewelry maker there.
But what had happened? All these crafts had kind of died out during the British times?
A lot of them, especially in the textiles, had died out because the British had wanted to sell their products. So they taxed the Indian printed fabrics, and they, you know, like for instance, the Indian fabrics locally sold or exported, they used to put taxation of from 40 to 60%. Whereas the products coming from Manchester, they would be taxed only 4%. So how could we compete with them? And then the mill-made cloths were coming in, with fine malmal and so on and so forth. So thousands of people died, and in the 19th century, the central Indian governor sent an appeal to England saying the bones of the weavers are being bleached in the plains of central India. Something should be done to save that area, you know. So the textile industry was very badly affected, and also the thing was that they used to produce for the local market, except for in some cases. So if there was no local market, markets were changing, then they couldn't sell their products, and the mill-made cloths were coming, because even our own mill-made Ahmedabad, which became the Manchester of India, was sending out, mini-made saris and so on. So the handloom saris, which were, say, short, not long enough, they had to be revived. And so there was a lot of work, and Kamala Devi ji brought in urgency. Something has to be done immediately, And like this Pochampalli story, you could repeat it umpteenth number of times.
But in a way, it was like discovering the sort of crafts or textile traditions of the country
absolutely.
And going around.
Yes.
Yeah. But she had a lot of support. But you said...
Yes, she got a lot of support.
But at the same time, you didn't have the finances.
You see, it was very difficult to get money out of the Planning Commission.
Okay.
They had a committee, but we never got as much money as the industries got. So then they would say that handicrafts are subsidized. They subsidized industry far more than they subsidized handicrafts and and handlooms. And but still, what you see today would not have existed if we had not done this pioneering work. I mean, like the printing industry. The India was known for its prints. And the biggest exports used to be of printed cloths. It was part of the spice trade.
Okay.
The spices were very important in the Arab came originally. Now, the Europeans came. The first Europeans to come to India were the Portuguese, and they came on the last quarter of the 15th century, and the others that came later. Now Arabs had been carrying on this trade, and therefore you see, like for instance, the printing that you get, the Ajrak printing, that western coast was known for its block printing.
Textiles,
and they were found in Fastad. They have also been found in Indonesia, and some of them have been carbon dated to 10th century AD. So that the Indonesian archipelago who produced and until recently you could go there in the market and from a distance you would smell the fragrance of the cloves. They would sell them by the kilo of black pepper, and that became very important during the Middle Ages, because in Middle Ages in Europe, when they started animal husbandry in a large way, to preserve they needed spices. And so this ancient trade, spice trade, was exchange was the Indian cottons. They did not want money. And the Arab traders who came there and the Arab geographers, they had written about the bandar, as it was called, Bandar is the Machilipatnam. Well, you see, like I mentioned to you that indigo dyeing, it had more or less disappeared with the coming in also of the German dyes. There were only a few places which were still doing indigo dyeing, and only one or two master craftsmen who knew. Like, for instance, this center, which was Machilipatnam, and the whole countryside was doing vegetable dyes. And suddenly there was nobody. There was just one Mr. Naidu, old man, and we visited him, and Kamala Devi ji, requested him to start printing again. And then that wonderful woman who did from Bombay, actually, Setna.
Homi Setna's
wife.
Nelly Setna.
Nelly Setna.
Yes,
Nelly Setna went there, dug up the old printed textiles and the old blocks and revived them. And what had happened also, that in addition to the textiles which used to be going to the to Southeast Asia, there was also textiles which went to Iran. And in the 19th century, the Iranians brought their own dyers and their designs, taught the local people to make their dyes also and print their designs. And I came across a printed cloth in a friend's collection where it said, we had a very prosperous trade until the Indian kalamkars stole our market from us in Isfahan.
But when you were going around with Kamala Devi to various parts of the country and you were asking craftspeople to revive their crafts, they had faith in you and her, and that they were reviving something that
absolutely,
they felt,
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
because
that
you see,
creative surge was still there.
No, the point is, it took a lot of persuasion. Kamala Devi had an extraordinary personality, and she was known as a leader. So if she would go into their homes, sit with them, share their food, and persuade them, like Kalamkari.
Yeah.
The last craftsman, he had not done Kalamkari, and one was teaching in a school and another one was running a shop, and they said, for 30 years we have not done it, we don't know whether we can do it. And she persuaded them. Then they didn't want to run a training center because they said, according to our tradition, we only teach our sons. We don't even teach our daughters because we don't want them to carry the secret to another. So she persuaded them and she said, we cannot run a training center only for your sons. So one of them, and the son of that master craftsman, is an old man now, is my friend, Guruppa. And his son, Niranjan, now is in Delhi and has become a very well-known artist. And he studied to become either a chartered accountant or something like that. And he gave that up to do and resume the Kalamkari work. And he has now carried it into a fine art, So they believed in her. They believed in us. Otherwise, why would we go? Like we went, I went before the road went to many places.
And you went into Kutch also? I
went to Kutch. I went to Kutch in 1956, lost my way, and was the first person to blunder into the run of Kutch.
Okay.
Because we lost our way and there was no path, and we were so scared that we might go into Tharpakar, which was in Pakistan, and find ourselves in the prison But then some of the local people saw us, shook their lanterns, and then we went there. That was my first trip in 1956, which was part of that revival of textiles, because I had gone there to revive the Mochi Bharat, as it was called, on silk.
Okay.
And they said there's nobody who can do it. It can't be done anymore. And so I gave up the idea, and what we discovered was very, very fine Bandhani work done in Madhvi. Okay. And so we got some Madhvi, and they also wove silk atlas, as satin was called, and mushroom, and brought that back.
And Gujarat?
And in Gujarat, a lot of work we did in Porbandar. You remember that in Porbandar, the Meher community women wore that black shawl with a gold and red pallu. So we brought that and it became a great fashion in Delhi. And those shawls were ordered by the hundreds.
Yeah, Gujari used to sell them.
Gujari came up later.
Okay.
This was just the beginning. It happened in the 1954. We would 54 onwards. From 55, I traveled with Kamala Devi ji, and we would pick up these objects, get them to order, and from the Central Cottage Industries Emporium. I mean, like for instance, see that figure which is standing there.
The tall one.
The tall one. Now that is a dhokra from Bastar. And in 1967, the first national awards was given, and they located one dhokra person, and he was given, the national award. Now, what had happened was that these are itinerant
craftsmen.
Casters, and they used to make little objects of worship. So we were looking for them, and every time we would go to a village, they would say, they were here yesterday, they were here day before yesterday, and they got afraid that why is the government looking for us, because they also had the habit of pinching things and stealing things, and they would pick up somebody's brass vessel, melt it, and make these statues. Finally, we were able to catch up with them, and then we persuaded them and we told them, please come with us, and with great deal of difficulty we brought them to Calcutta, where there was a design center. And the people came from the village and they were weeping as if we were capturing them and taking them away. And then they came to Calcutta, we brought them to the Regional Design Center. There was this wonderful man, Prabhash Sen, who was a very humane and a great artist and a sculptor. So he was persuading them they wouldn't eat. So then his mother, Prabhash Sen's mother, took them home, fed them traditional luchis and food, and explained to them, the old lady, that we brought you so that if you make beautiful objects, then sell, your whole community will prosper. See, you are selling this piece for 10 rupees. Now here, people are willing to pay you 100 rupees. Here, I'll give you 100 rupees. Give this to me, And so slowly they understood and they started to work. And I remember that they were given the national award, 2 of them. And when they came, they brought, for the national award, they brought some of their objects. And they said, we put them up. Then the government ran Lodi Hotel. And they said, we can't eat this food. You give us atta, we'll make our own food. And they're living in that. So then I would make roti and dal and things and carry it for them so that they could eat it in there. Then after the national awards was over, 3 months later, early in the morning at 6 o'clock, the bell rings and what do I see? These 2 guys have come and they are carrying on their head a whole lot of dhokra which they had made. They said, we have come to see you and we brought you said you'll help the whole village. So the village has produced these things, now we have to sell them. So where will you stay? We'll stay with you, they said.
Okay.
So I said, wonderful, of course you'll stay with me. So they stayed, and they used to come every 3 months and bring stuff. In 1970, when I left to join my job with the UN in Iran, I said to them, I'm sorry, I'm going Now what will you do? We won't come, they said. Very simple.
They were coming for you.
For me. And then later on, that whole thing has evolved. Their children started making sculpture pieces. And one of them has created this, which I bought at a gallery. We had an exhibition because he started making big. They used to make small bronzes, the Bastar people. And so he started, and he made beautiful things like large trees.
Do you remember his name?
Waghela.
Okay.
Waghela, you know. And he runs now a center in Jagdalpur, near Jagdalpur. And he comes and he meets me, and you know, till today, people remember me. And of course, Kamala Devi, you know, she was the iconic figure.
But so you had these, let's say, success stories all around the country?
Oh, all over. I mean, like I was telling you, that the funniest story was in 1958, 59. And we came across this polished black pottery with silver work, which used to be pushed in mercury, used to be, which imitated Bidri work.
Yeah.
And that came from a village, Nizamabad, in Azamgarh district. So Kamala Devi ji, you know, and we found them in a mela. So we got their address and everything, and I was sent to find out what can we do for these people. So I come to Azamgarh by train, and the district industries officer comes to receive me, an old man. He takes one look at me. I was a young woman. And he said, what have you come here for? I said, to come to this village. He said, no, you can't go there. There's no road, there's nobody can go with you. So I told him, I'm sorry, I'm going there. If you don't come, somebody else will take me. He said, how will you go there? No bus goes there, nothing goes there. So I said, kuch to jata hoga, aap wapis jao. I got down. I said, no, I'm not going back. So I trooped to the circuit house, and then I went and saw the deputy commissioner of Azamgarh, and I said, look, I've come here. What is this nonsense, this fellow? So the deputy commissioner was a young man. He just got posted there, and he said, well, actually, he's quite right. But if you insist, we'll see to it that you do get there. And it was true. There was no road, there was no bridge. I went by bullock cart.
Crossed the river.
And crossed the river walking, hanging on to the bullock cart. And I arrived there, it was already night. Bhagwan Singh was the name of the potter, I still remember. And I arrived there. And I said, you know, with the address of this, you know, come. Simple, poor people, and under the peepal tree, they were all sitting with one lamp. And there was no question of any dark bungalow, inspection bungalow or anything. They put 2-3 benches, and I slept in the night on that. And the next day we started looking. I spent 2-3 days there. They would cook for me and feed me, and I would sleep there. And
they were making the pottery?
They were making this polished black pottery, which imitated the Bidri work. And you see, this is
what you got from there when you went?
No. This is the old Bidri work, and the silver is all tarnished, you know, which is gone. But this they copied in clay, polished it, you know, with a stone, and then engraved it, and then rubbed with mercury and radish leaves into the grooves that they had made, and the silver design would emerge.
Wow.
And that was known as Nizamabad black pottery,
Okay.
which simulated this.
Yes.
And now that was the poor man's bidri.
Mm-hmm.
The rich person's bidri was made from gunmetal and silver.
Yeah.
You know, and especially hookahs and water pourers and things used to be made because you couldn't eat. And I think I have a piece there, if you can just, which actually shows the bidri box is there or something is there.
There's a small little
This, you know,
spittoon.
this spittoon. You see, look. You know,
This is the bidri work.
which is very beautiful. You know, so these were the objects for everyday use which used to be made, and then they made them in, you know, so
all these crafts that were being revived and being made, they were all brought to the cottage industries.
they were all brought to the cottage industries,
and all sold from
all
there.
sold from there, and then later on, by the 60s, emporiums came up. The UP Handicrafts Emporium came up, and they started selling these objects. Then Hyderabad had a beautiful emporium, and it also had an advisory committee, and Bidri was revived in Bidar, as well as in 2-3 other centers which came up, Gulbarga and various other places. And till today they make beautiful objects. I mean, it's the amount of, like, you know, from state to state, I could tell you.
Yeah.
The only thing that we were not in Kashmir, we revived the old papier mache,
Okay.
which they used to make for book covers.
Okay.
Beautiful book covers they used to make. So the old designs, with the beautiful nakshe, instead of the Western type of papier mache which the Europeans and the British used to get made and designs copied from them.
Okay.
We revived the old namda. We got designers, people like Ritain Mozumdar, who was an artist, did beautiful namda work. Upi Untracht and his wife from Finland, they took the designs from the geometric designs from the houseboats, and they made namdas with embroidery, you know. Then we got wood carving, we got screens made, you know, a whole range of products, namdas. And then that cruel embroidery began to be exported in large quantities, you know, all over the world.
Then shawls? Were you also working with shawls?
No, and embroidery shawls.
Yes.
The only thing we were not able to revive was the Kani shawl.
Okay.
Though we did, there was Kani shawls being made, but not of that quality. And it was in the village of Kanihama. And one of the oldest weavers of Kanihama was given the national award. And when he came, he flew from Kashmir. 1967 was the first national award given to, I remember it because my son was born in 1967.
Okay.
And, you know, and he flew. He was quite a character. I forget his name. But he came and he said to me, you know, I used to tell my father that one day I will fly like the kite, the patang, and in the sky. And everybody used to say, you are mad.
Okay.
But today I did fly. I flew. You know, I flew like a bird, and I came to Delhi, and I'm here with you. And, you know, that is also the time the national award was given to Ali Hassan Kallu Hafiz from Varanasi, who is a descendant of the great Sufi Bahauddin Naqshbandi, and who's their progenitor. And every time they do and start anything new, they pray to him. And Ali Hassan ji was my teacher. He used to call me Beti. And the last time I saw him, I went to Banaras. I was then working in Iran. And he was very frail and an old man, and sitting there making the naksha, because that naksha was preceded the jacquard. And with that, you could get the most accurate reproduction. And Ali Hassan was a past master. So I went to see him, and my shadow fell on him. And he looked up at me and he said, "Beti, Khuda Hafiz karne ke liye aa gayi?" Because he knew he was going. And he just lived for 1 week and he went. And he treated me like a daughter. I learned from him all that I know about textiles. He had immaculate taste. He had excellent knowledge. By just touching a piece, he could tell you where it was made, how it was made, and everything. It is to him that I owe all my knowledge. And the other person, again in Varanasi, was Rai Krishan Das ji. I met them both at the same time when I went for the revival
in the 1950s.
In the 1950s. Friends of mine arranged for me to stay at the Banaras Hindu University as a guest of the Kala Bhavan. Rai Saab ji was there. And then so I used to stay in the university, take a rickshaw and go all the way to the center of the city to Ali Hassan ji and work with him on reviving. And we revived. You see, what had happened was a very strange thing, that during the 1910 Delhi London exhibition, there was a big exhibition, and they had taken a lot of weavers and master weavers and jala makers, and those people were looking for designs. So they went to the shops where they were selling wallpaper, bathroom tiles
in London.
And took their samples and came back and copied those designs into brocade. Can you believe it? And so they were, so we lost the old classical patterns, which were again also influenced by the Iranian motifs, but they had evolved their own genre. So Rai Krishan Das ji at the Bharat Kala Bhavan had made a fine collection of textile fragments, loaned us those fragments, got these master craftsmen to come and see, and we began a whole production of brocades.
Which is what Ali Hassan started.
Which Ali Hassan began to do, and there was also one Hafizullah of Pili Koti, and they started copying those designs. I had gone to Bengal trying to revive the Baluchars there, and we didn't succeed. But Ali Hassan ji copied it so perfectly that nobody could tell the difference between the new Banaras Baluchar and the old pieces.
With all this revival of craft, do you think there was anything we also lost along the way? I mean, that maybe you don't...
Yes, we did. We did, in the sense, you see, revival of the urban crafts is most important. But certain objects that were made for their own personal use, to commercialize those was a mistake, except in some cases, like Madhubani. Madhubani, which was done only by the women, for the women. Men never got to see it, except once. when they got married.
The night of the marriage.
The night of the marriage, the Kobarghar as it was known, where they never saw it. The outside world never saw it. So that revival of that was fine. But to commercialize products which are made for their, personal use was a mistake. I think that was a big mistake.
But you think that mistake was committed during that time?
Yes,
or it came much
during
later?
that time, because you see everything, unfortunately, what happened was that they did not realize in the Planning Commission that this is not just a commercial activity. This is an activity of a cohesive community. This is an activity which is income generating, yes, because in fact it has the largest employment after agriculture, even today. And that is, but we should not have interfered with that smaller production where women and men created for their own personal use. But we wanted to be able to get money from the government, we had to show the commercial value of things. And that's why that was done. The other big mistake, not part of the revival thing, the other big mistake which we made, and I have been bringing it out now, we separated agriculture and cottage industries. They go hand in hand.
Okay.
Number one, agriculture gives employment to people for not for the full period. Plus, there are the non-farm activities carried by people who either have very small holdings or who have no holdings. So, plus there are the local products which are processed, like for instance you grow cotton. Instead of their going for processing to the mills, who will produce the yarn for their mill requirements first and for the handloom afterwards, because they are two different things. These used to be, if they were processed, if we had kept this in mind, that both of these activities run parallel and help each other, we would have had a much richer craft. We would not have had the deaths of the cotton growers. We would not have had the agricultural workers. We would not have had the weavers' deaths, And that, I think, was a major blunder. When you are planning, planning means programming, planning, budgeting, allocation of funds. They should have allocated funds together, jointly. The employment of people who are growing jute, retting the jute, preparing the initial jute product before it goes into the mill where it is produced, is not financed. No research is done on the retting and the processing, and that's at the bottom of the pyramid. And it employs the largest number of people. The same with the coir. Until the coir is retted, pulled, spun, knotted into bundles, no money is spent. Nobody does any research on it, but it goes to the mills, which employs much less people than this. So you see,
so there was a whole segment of the population
which is left out of benefiting from improved technology, of benefiting from funding. It goes to the mills, the coir mills, the jute mills.
And why do you think it was that the government was never really to understand that layer?
They didn't see, there was, they created different ministries. So the agriculture ministry is looking after agriculture. There's a cottage industries and small scale industries is looking after cottage industry and small scale industry. They don't meet, which is a mistake. big mistake.
And that continues today?
And that continues even today. I mean, like I made a big, and everybody accepted my contention that this is a big mistake and we should at least rectify it now.
Mm-hmm. And do you see anything being rectified, or?
The wheels within the government move very slowly, but
Yeah.
at least there is now an awareness.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that something will be done about it. But so,
Yeah.
this is also the second mistake I feel that we made, because we were responsible. I mean, I started working in 1954, but then also the thing is, look at the tremendous work. Nowhere was cottage industries implemented as a government program. And the attitude in the West towards small scale and cottage industries was that it was actually a social welfare. And I never realized that until recently, when I went in the 90s to where I was given the Hill Professorship in Minnesota. And for this Hill Professorship, where I taught there for a semester, I was supposed to give one public lecture and then also conduct a workshop, plus, of course, teach for a semester, 8 credits or something like that. So there I decided I would have a seminar on the importance of cottage industries in development. And we invited people, and they all came from the old home economics development.
Okay.
And there it was, the attitude of everybody was that cottage industries was a social welfare activity. It was like noblesse oblige, that you help the poor people to embroider good night's sweet dreams, and knitting and cutting and sewing and quilting and all that kind of a thing, but not as, number one, as a living cultural tradition, as a socio-economic activity which would help the people. And nobody could think that 30 million people were working in this area. I mean, it just blew their minds when we presented it, and they said, we never knew that. And so the thing is that the Planning Commission people who were educated in the West, most of them, the economists and so on, didn't understand it. And they thought, these old men and old women, Gandhiji was included in that old men, and Kamala Devi in the old women, are just antediluvian, and they didn't have the right idea.
As you were reviving the crafts, and you had a lot of positive responses from the craftsmen and women, what was the market like? Was there a market for craft products?
People were in for Western things, and that has been one of the things that many of these traditions have died down. Like in the old, the big zamidars and princely families and the wealthy people used to be, the clans. Like take for instance the Baluchari. Baluchari has the rich. There was a Marwadi rich families who were known as the bankers. They used to buy over 1.5 lakh rupees of baluchas in a year for their families. You can imagine. In the same way, paitanis and various other brocades, these were being produced and used by the well-to-do, the rich. But then they started wearing chiffons and georgettes. And some of them would attach borders to it. And so that old market was lost.
So the patronage was lost.
And with the independence, with the exhibitions. For instance, we had our first sari exhibition. God, we sold every single sari. And suddenly the whole fashion changed, much before NIFT and various other.
But at the same time also you had a lot more people using things made out of plastic or
yeah, that's true.
These kind of products came in. So all this also daily household utensils that used to be made from brass or copper, did we also sort of see them slowly?
Yeah, exactly.
disappear?
In fact, this is, you see, that was also the problem, that plastic, mill made like aluminium. So you see the utensils which were cheap, stainless steel, easier to clean, and
lighter,
and they threw people out of employment. It is true, and that is what Kamala Devi was. You know, she felt the need for immediate action. Otherwise, we would lose everything. So that, as I told you, that revival, that miniature design center, then from that the regional design centers which were set up, the whole idea of it was to make other objects, like Muradabad. Muradabad used to make utensils, you know, cups, I mean the katoris and thalis, and everybody had to have utensils when they got married. A whole range of utensils for the kitchen, for the bathroom, you know. Everyone got those as a part of their dowry that they had to get. There was the custom that on Dhanteras during, you had to buy vessels, you know, for good luck and so on and so forth. Now, that was dying out. So we had to, so Muradabad started making tea sets and coffee sets and vases and trays and a whole range of products.
In melamine or in
no, in brass.
In brass.
Brass. Decorative items, cutwork, food warmers, you know, a range of products which the regional design centers set up by the All India Handicrafts Board and the state design centers started working upon. So that they started working. Like they used to make everywhere out of horn, they would make combs. They lost out on that because plastic combs came. So some people appreciated, but what did we do? We introduced, there was one place, Amroha, which made beautiful combs, as well as they made dholaks, you know, and it is near Muradabad. So we put the cutlery makers and the Amroha horn makers to produce cutlery with horn. So this became prestigious, which used to be then exported. And you know, Muradabad became a big center. Our Priyanka's husband, family were merchants, I think, of Muradabad brass. And many people became multimillionaires who were, and you know, people who exported brass from Narulas and various people who sold them from Sundarnagar and exported them became multimillionaire. In fact, they were good friends of mine whom I promoted and helped, and they said, we feel very guilty that you remain as impoverished as ever and we are making millions. Let's invest and you start business, leave your government job. And I said, Baba, I don't know how to do business. I will lose your money and I will lose my peace of mind.
But did this kind of mass commercialization of objects also hit the sort of maybe creativity of the individual craftsperson?
Not really. Because there always remained in every area people who rose above the commercial, who produced, and you know, they were really wonderful people. You know, I remember there was this one man from Muradabad who kept alive Siakalam. Very beautiful work where deeply engraved and lacquer, black. Sort of lac used to be filled in, very, very fine work. He was given the National Award. And the National Award at that time used to be 10,000 rupees. So when he went, he gave a big party, and the people of his community had dancing girls who danced in front of his procession. When he went back to welcome him, and he spent the 10,000 rupees on feasting his entire community. And so when I went back, he says, I said, you know, you're supposed to run master, they were supposed to train young apprentices. He says, Are sahab, wo to ek hi daawat mein 10,000 rupees chala gaya. And many of them, I mean, like Ali Hassan ji, he taught me about ether, how you use the ether, how do you recognize, how do you eat. I still remember that one of the, these weavers, either to make fun of me or what, put me on the open tongas, which the men used to write on. I was thrilled. And he took me to the university. And the next day when I arrived, Ali Hassan wouldn't talk to me. So I said, Kya hua? Why are you angry with me? He said, who asked you to ride on that horse? Only men ride. Women don't. So I said, how was I to know? Your friend offered me. And he said, I'm sorry, but he was stupid to offer you. But you also made a mistake to accept it. You know, these little etiquettes and so on. I learned it from him.
But you were also working with a different generation and a different time. I mean, in the 50s when...
Yes. But then also not only... the Delhi was a different place and a provincial place was another thing. They never saw a woman drive a car. I used to drive a car. And I still remember that once when the car broke down, we had gone with the Indian textile head, Rijpal Das ji, wonderful man. And then what happened was his driver sat in the back because this Hindustan Motors had a pump at the back, and he was running the pump and I was driving the car. And people were running on the street that a lugai is driving, a woman is driving a car. They had never seen anything. So it was not only generation, but it was also the provincial differences. And in a way, I found people in South India, in many ways, far more sophisticated. You know, they looked simpler. But their thinking was more sophisticated.
And their tastes also?
Sorry?
Their taste?
Tastes, yes.
Aesthetics,
Aesthetics was very well honed. And so was that of the people here. I mean, like, these master craftsmen, they were really masters. They would make beautiful objects. And I knew the man from Nagina, who did beautiful carving on ebony wood, which is very hard to carve. He would make a beautiful poem, carve it, because at the time of the they used to make the guns in ebony, the handles of the gun, and inlay them with ivory. And for all the Rajwadas, for the princely families and all the rest of it. But after the first independence war, which the British called the Mutiny, they banned the production of guns. And so the Nagina makers of sort of attachments to guns, etc., were thrown out of employment. So they started making frames and furniture and also combs. So this old man used to make the most exquisite combs, the most exquisite frames. Once he finished a job, he would take off, go fishing. And then he would come and he played the veena.
Okay.
And he would play the veena. And so when I would go, he would say, if you are coming, you have to give one day only for me. Why? Because he'll go fishing, catch fish, make fish for me, and then in the evening he would play the veena for me. You know, I mean, these were the people, these were the masters.
These were the people who had the time also, no? I mean,
Yes.
time was a different...
I still remember the word that they used to, he said, sukoon hona chahiye. You know, it should have peace.
Yeah, nothing hurried, nothing
You know,
rushed.
so you could not force him to do anything he didn't want to do, you know. And they were wonderful people, and one learned from them.
When Kamla Devi and you started on your revival of the crafts and the handlooms and the textiles, you had a kind of mission in front of you. How much do you think you actually, I mean, you're saying you achieved a lot of that and you made some mistakes along the way. And where do you see that today, in today's context?
So I tell you, you wouldn't have any of these things if we had not done the spade work.
Yeah.
When we started working, there was no Sanganer printing. They only used to do very, very basic printing, resist or dabu or nothing. Nothing.
Like you were saying, there was nothing in Punchampally,
there was nothing in Pochampally, very basic. The Orissa Ikat, you name it.
Paithani.
The Paithani existed because the Nawab of Hyderabad, Nawab of Nizam of Hyderabad, he made it a rule that all the courtiers who came, because they were Hindu courtiers, they had to wear a Paithani turban.
Okay.
The women had to wear Paithani saris, Paithani dupattas. So that's why Paithan survived.
Okay.
But all the other, I mean, this Paithani technique, which is a technique of, special technique, was practiced in 10, 12 centers all over southern India.
Okay.
You know. So, and again they have been revived. They, Gadwal, Kothakota, Vanaparthi, the Yola, various other, so many, Jamdani.
Yeah, Jamdani.
Jamdani was done, is done even today all over India, not just in Bengal, not just in East Bengal.
What about Maheshwaris?
And Maheshwari, Chanderi, look at the things that are now coming out. It's just amazing. And the Patola has disappeared.
Yeah.
Which is sad. Because what has happened is that Pochampally has started copying. And now there are only 2-3 families which are the old Patan Patola Walas, and they have become so rich. One son is a chartered accountant, he earns so much money. That is the only sad story that, and the other sad story is that the only Naqshbandas who are left are Ali Hassan's, Jafar Ali's grandson, Jafar Ali died, Ali Hassan ji died. His grandson, Jafar Ali's grandson, is continuing. And I have been making requests and pleas to everybody. Please, we must do something and not allow this to die, because the jacquard cannot do what the Naqshbanda can do. You see, those brocaded coats, which will have a different border in the front, a paisley, or as you call it, which I hate to use that word, of that little Scottish town, giving the name for these beautiful Kalga patterns, and that this the Kalga pattern at the back, the pockets on the side, the designs on the sleeves, custom made. They used to make, once they made the jala, then they could keep repeating it. See? And you can't do that in a jacquard.
No.
You just cannot do it. So if the last of these people goes,
The craft is gone.
already the last people from Paitan have gone, the jala makers from Hyderabad have gone. And that it'll just end. And they came so long ago from Bukhara.
Yeah.
So, today the wealth of cottage industries that you find here in beautiful carved agate bowls, beautiful silver work. In many areas we have gone ahead rather than going back. There are jewelers that I was telling you who can reproduce Mughal jewelry. You can't tell the difference today. Silk weaves, tanchui, okay, fine. We're not producing tanchui in Surat, but Banaras produces beautiful tanchuis.
Even the Kani has been revived.
And the Kani has been revived. I mean, I bless these people who have worked so hard, Jenny and Asif from that Kashmir Looms, and our friend Beg.
Salim Beg also.
Yes, Salim. What wonderful work they have done. But what I'm saying is that, you see, we in India, we crib all the time. We say this is bad, that is bad. I'm fed up of listening to this. Today, nowhere in the world will you come across a range of skills, of aesthetic qualities, of honed perceptions that you come across, and we have done a great deal, and we are still continuing. And there are wonderful people who are doing the work today. Look at the work which has been done by Laila Tayyib.
Yeah, that's the card.
The Dastakar.
Fab India.
Fab India.
Anokhi.
Jaya Jetli, work in Kutch. Brij Bhasin, his work in Kutch. D.N. Saraf, who worked in died in harness. Popul Jaikar, you name it. Martan Singh, Rajiv Sethi. I mean, it was a fantastic. I think Rajiv Sethi's contribution and his new program of Geo is superb. What lovely, wonderful work has been created. They are a legion.
Yeah.
And the people like Deborah Tyagaraja. Debbie is East Coast wala and who speaks English with a Coimbatore accent, which is so funny. And she has done extraordinary work.
Or Judy Frater.
Judy Frater, who, because I really respect people like her. She came, Judy Frater came to do research, and many people come, all of us. I have always believed that if I have done research for a community, I must provide employment for that community, because otherwise I take advantage of that community. Judy Frater has done it. Done it how?
Sally Holker has done it.
Sally Holker.
Yeah.
So many of them. So many. I mean, you can thousands and thousands and thousands of people who have. And I kept here to show you this pot, which is by my Rakhi Bhai, Kirpal Singh Shekhawat. I think it's signed also by him, Kripal.
Yes. Okay. And
Kripal Singh was, I mentioned to you, no?
Yeah, you mentioned him
earlier.
Yeah.
Kirpal Singh was a master miniaturist.
Okay.
And he, Kamla Devi persuaded him to run a school. And this is painted by him.
The Blue Pottery School
This
is
blue
what
pottery.
he started.
He revives. And this quality of painting, look at it, how beautiful
Yeah.
it is.
Beautiful.
You know, and now there are hundreds of people. Look at that kalamkari. We drove all the way from Chennai to Kalahasti in 1955 or something. 10,000 rupees was sanctioned for the apprentice training scheme, and we started training of 10 people, and today there are thousands of kalamkari people. So, one Mr. Naidu of Machilipatnam. The whole of that district, you know, is now busy. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people are making the kalamkari, which is exported, sold locally. The Machilipatnam, it's not just Machilipatnam, that whole area.
So you say it's a success story?
I think it's a tremendous success story.
Yeah.
And I feel that I'm so blessed that I had this opportunity to contribute to it. And
one that Kamla Devi would have been proud of?
She never would be proud of anything.
No?
Because she was a perfectionist. She was always grumbling. She was the biggest grumbler you could ever think of. She would say, this is not good, this is not good, this is not. I used to say, Kamla Devi, for God's sake. Okay, we want everything to be perfect, but give these people credit for what they've done. She always expected much more.
Yeah.
And you know, I too demand.
But it's good because then you push the boundaries and you push the envelope.
But you know, but I think also one has to give credit. One has to understand the richness of what is there. Because if you keep denigrating that, oh, we haven't done this and this is going wrong, and you know, I mean, like the attitude of the people, that everything is going down here. There are some people who will say, oh, the Chinese have taken over. That what I personally feel is that what we need to do is that we need to, the thing which we need to improve our strategy is in marketing. Okay. If we are saying that the Chinese have encroached upon the market, who is preventing us from encroaching upon them? You know, the Chinese never buy their own handicrafts because they are dreadful. They really are dreadful, and they know it. And today, China is extremely rich. It has a very, very large, rich middle class. And so do we have here.
And we can sell to them.
And we can sell. What I feel is that there's a narrow kind of an attitude in our marketing. And we should really take a more, you know.
But instead of marketing, you all think it's design, or you don't think design?
You see, I think that goes hand in hand.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like for instance, the strategy of marketing, promotion, sales promotion, design promotion, they all go together.
Do you think that the youth of this country also engage with the craft? So you think they feel alienated from it?
No,
or how do you?
A lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them. And many of them. I mean, I recently met a young man who has done his master's
Went to Spain, no?
In Spain, in Madrid, in management.
Yes.
And come back to India and wants to work in the craft field.
Okay.
And he said he wants to take up one area which needs help, and not as a social welfare scheme, but as a good entrepreneur who benefits those who are, with whom he will work, as well as himself, And he's not interested in social service, but social service with a difference. Yeah. And he wants to combine tourism and craft development in areas. So he came to see me.
Wow.
He said,
so where are you sending him?
I sent him, I told him Orissa.
Okay.
Kutch. And I suggested Andhra Pradesh.
Okay.
And so he was thinking of Goa. I said, forget it. He was thinking of Kerala. I said, forget it. Because, there they are already active and people are working. So these are the people who need to be woken up. In 1988, I came here and I spent 1 year when NIFT was being started.
Okay.
With NIFT as faculty. And that gave me an entry into the minds of the young people. And I still keep in touch with them, and they ask me to come and speak to them and so on. And so I get along very well with them because I haven't become fossilized. And so you see, so when he came, he said to me, Auntie, I want to come and see you and ask your advice on what to do. And I was thrilled that he came and he listened to me. And I also wanted him to take up Northern Eastern Frontier Agency, NIFA. And so he said he needs to be far more skilled to be able to handle that region, which he's right.
Yeah. It's a harder place to work.
It's not easy place to work it. So I'm just showing you one example, and there are myriads of them.
Do you think also people like all these very flamboyant fashion designers and all that have come out have also promoted our textile crafts?
Absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely.
They go hand in hand. Yeah.
Take Ritu Kumar, who just got the Padma Shri, and she revived one of the most important industries, Zardozi gold.
Yeah.
Zardozi had finished, and we were famous for our gold embroidery because they were paying people by the weight. You gave them gold thread to embroider. By the weight, you weighed the cloth and the thread, and then you paid them so much per kilo. So the more they did it, then Ritu researched.
Yeah.
And she said Kamla Devi ji was the one who pushed her into it. And today Zardozi has come back.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And these people are now earning so much. Work which used to be done by women is now being taken over by men. I always feel that, when an area of activity starts giving you good returns, the men take over.
Because
the women.
they want to earn.
Yeah. So I think that a lot of very young people, like Urmil, which was started by young IRMA graduates from Gujarat, very many of them are working and doing excellent work, and they are all over India. And also the fashion is coming back, and I think that these fashion designers have done a lot to promote textiles, crafts, and then there is also the day-to-day living crafts, so accessories for the home, and so on.
Yeah, anything. What about NID? Were you also around when NID was being
Yes. I lived for 6 years in NID. In Ahmedabad, and I did go to NID periodically. But I personally feel that NID could have done much more than it really did.
Okay.
Though I must say that when they first started NID, the designers, nobody knew what could they do, and they have set up a place for the designer. And now, not just NID, but so many institutions have come up
For design. Yeah.
for design. The IITs have started doing. I mean, the IIT in Delhi, which is a premier institute, has a separate special research unit on vegetable dyes, and they've made a tremendous contribution. And they've helped to set up vegetable dye industries. And so much so that they keep it secret. You can't enter their departments and their factories unless you know somebody. So we've come a long way, Monisha.
Yeah.
We really have, and it's extraordinary. But and I've been very lucky
To have seen that whole journey.
to see and undergo that great journey.
When you finished with when you left the handloom board in about what, 1970s, in the early 70s?
No, darling, I never left them.
Okay.
You see, I was selected for this job with the United Nations.
Okay.
So I went on deputation from the United Nations.
Okay.
I was still working with the All India Handicraft Board,
Okay.
but not handloom, but handicraft board.
Handicrafts.
Because the split between handloom and handicraft had taken place around 1956 or 57 or the other. Pupul Jaikar arranged it through Morarji Desai.
Okay.
So I went to Iran in 1970, and I still remember it was August 1970, and I went to ILO. I was working with the International Labour Organization in Geneva, and they and when you arrive there, you are supposed to take an oath, and I refused to take an oath in the name of the God. I said I don't believe in God.
When you arrived in Tehran?
No. In Geneva,
Okay.
I said I don't believe in God. I believe in humanity. So they said, well, all right, I swear in the name of humanity. I said, fine, I'll do that.
Okay.
That I would put all national interest aside in the interest of the international community. So I felt so fantastic. I felt as if I had entered into another era in my life.
Okay.
That, I was leaving behind the regionalism, there was all these divisions and language, separation, states and all that. So regionalism within the nation and nationality, and I was now above it all. I was serving humanity and the international community.
Yeah.
I was very moved by it. And I told everybody, and they all laughed at me because they knew how international politics also had a lot of nationalism, east, west, south, north, all those things. But they were also really because I wasn't terribly young. 1970, born in 33, so I was 36, But I had an innocence about me, having not worked anywhere else, So they were also very, very nice to me, very helpful, very charming, wonderful. So they then gave us a training on, internationalism, on, how you function as a part of government, and yet outside of it, the objectivity. It was very interesting. After the training, I went to Tehran via Beirut.
Okay.
And because Beirut had the regional office, and I remember the first evening when I arrived, I wanted to go out and see the place. and came, was walking on the street, and every second car would stop. The man would lean over, open the door and say, "Madam, madam, can I give you a lift, madam?" And I was so scared, so I ran back into my hotel. Luckily, a very close friend of mine had given me an introduction to a gentleman who was the photographer for Life and Time in Beirut. So he took me out in the evening, and I, went to with him so that I could see the city. And I told him, I said, are the men in Beirut all like this? We are not like that in India. And he laughed and laughed, and he said, "Madam, they see for the first time a woman, young and he said beautiful, because all men have to say that, and walk in a sari, walking on the streets alone. What do you expect?" That, and then he says, we never knew that Indian men are so abstemious after having heard all about the Kama Sutra. So I looked at him and I said, "Kama Sutra is a book." I was also quite inhibited at that time, and, so I didn't think it was a very polite conversation for a man to have with a woman and mention Kama Sutra. With time, I
became bolder.
No, I took it in my stride and had a very nice response to give to everybody. So after 2-3 days, my first experience of being alone in another city, I went to Iran.
Okay.
And now I had heard that the Iranian people are very conservative, and so I had got special blouses made which came up to my long sleeves, and blouses which didn't show my midriff, and thick saris and so on and so forth. And so I arrived, and then I was taken to meet the woman, Mrs. Jaganigi. She was a Zoroastrian, we call Parsis here, and she had married an air marshal engineer who was from India. So she knew about India. She saw me and she said, "Is that the way you normally wear? Because I go to India every year. Nobody dresses like this." I said, "Well, I was told that you are very conservative, so this I have got it made." And I said, "I feel very awkward because it was pretty hot." And she said, "Please dress normally. We are not. We're not that backward that you Indians think we are." She was quite a sharp woman, and she didn't make life easy for me. Anyway, but she had heard of my reputation in the work that I had done in India. And she said, "Well, but she also wanted to keep her side up." And she said, "Well, we've heard very good things about you, and that you have done wonderful work, and you've revived all the crafts." And I said to her, "Well, with Kamladri and the whole staff he had." So she said, "I expect you to do that here also. So since we don't have to wait, start making your projects and programs." So I said to her, "Mrs. Jagani, you know very well, you have worked in this field for many years, and this is a sector which cannot be, run by measurement. It is very closely connected with the culture, with the socio-economic and the geoclimatic conditions. I have to make research and study, and based on that, build up the plan. I cannot apply the same thing, because even in India, as we did in India, even in India, every region, every center has a different approach and a different way, and I have to do that." All right. then let's start from tomorrow. You know, she had that quality.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we went to Qom.
Yeah.
Before going, she said to me, there it's a religious place, but it also is a center. Strangely enough, that also is a center for some crafts.
Okay.
Some of the finest carpets are woven in the region. They also did the taziye pardas and various other crafts are there. So it's very near. So you can test your research, schedule that you might make over there. But she said, there I'm afraid, in the town of Qom, you will have to wear the chador because they're very rich.
Yeah.
And I found it so difficult to cover my head and hold it and walk and not fall on my face tripping over it. But I managed, and we did our sample survey in Qom.
Okay.
And it was very interesting, very, very interesting, because the villages had in the villages women were quite active, and many of them were working in the fields. So you can't wear a chador and you can't have a veil when you're working. Only when they went to the mosque or when they went to the bazaar or when they had visitors, they would wear the veil. And and this was, I was initiated into, and then I carried out surveys in practically, I first initially selected 4 different regions. One was Balochistan, which was very, very poor. Very, very poor.
Very rich in craft.
Very rich in crafts.
Yeah.
And sandy desert, and had the typical desert oasis, towns like Zabul. Zabul was a very interesting town with embroidery, and but it was an oasis. You go for miles in the desert with the sand blowing and the sand dunes, and suddenly come across water gurgling.
Iran in those days was well connected, and I mean there were roads.
Oh yes. There were roads. Tourism had started, and even in the regions they had little guest houses and so on. And they were very keen on this work which was to be done.
How different Iran was to India when you were going around the country and seeing the status of various crafts and the possibilities of reviving them. How did you find the situation?
Well, the thing is that they had already started when we arrived. In developing, they had already set up their handicrafts center. In fact, one of their officials had come to India, and I had helped in training him here in India to set up their handicrafts center. And they had a wonderful designer, Narogi, who did a lot of work, and Mrs. Jaganigi, she was working in the handicraft center earlier, and then later on I think she was ousted because of being a Zoroastrian or whatever. And then when they set up the rural, what is called non-farm development center, then Mrs. Jaganigi was appointed the director because she was very knowledgeable. Now that was what I went to advise them on in 1970. Because as I mentioned earlier, that land reform for the first time was initiated by the Shah in Iran. And that affected the lives of all the cottage industries people, all the landless people, all the horticulture people, the animal husbandry people, because the farmers who were farming for the families, they got land. But these people did not get land because they were not farming the land. They were working either on providing services or they were landless labor. With the result that large migrations of these people who were thrown out of employment took place from the villages into the main cities, and it created a lot of problems in the rural areas, in the small provincial towns, and also in large cities, where people came looking for work. So they decided that they had to do something for the cottage industries and for the rural non-farm employment area, and I went for that purpose. And so these were mostly cottage industries and handicrafts and handlooms which were to be done in the rural areas. And as I mentioned to you that the first place we did was home, and then I selected 4 different geoclimatic and socio-economic areas, regions, to carry out the study. One was Baluchistan, the desert area that I was describing to you. Another one was Kurdistan, and which is a mountain area, and then the other one was Azerbaijan, which was rich fruit, vegetables, and also had a lot of tribal people. And the other one was the Mardasht area, which is the old Persepolis area, and which also was the center for the migration of the large migrations of the Kashkais from the southern part. It was for me a very rich experience.
And each of these 4 areas had a different craft?
They had a range of crafts, you see. And the biggest, of course, was carpet making. And each region, each tribe, each section of a tribe had their own designs and patterns and, rich. Now, they had the Iranian carpet company, which was government run, and their role really was that they kept a balance of wages which these people would give out. Otherwise, the middlemen would, exploit them, as it happened in India. So, so they had structures. They were interested. They were developing their crafts already when I arrived there, and we started expanding and going into the rural areas which were not covered. So we carried out studies, like for instance in Kurdistan, there were 4 districts, and we carried out studies in the 4 different districts, and they had specialties, like the Kurdistan area, one area, and they were known and famous for their work. So we worked, and they also made beautiful kilns, which was without what do you call it? Without tufts. And so people didn't value them, but they were beautiful. They were known as the Bijari Gilims, and they were lovely. And so we collected them, we had a small exhibition, and we encouraged people, and their value went up tremendously because of that. So
You had the full support of the government and
Absolutely,
the Shah. Yeah.
absolutely. The Shah Banu especially.
I was going to say the
She
Queen.
was very, very interested in the crafts, and in fact, for their coronation, she had beautiful Baluchi embroidery done on the robes that she wore.
Okay.
She wore turquoise, because turquoise was their stone, which came from Khorasan area, and you know, so it had a very, very rich culture, very rich tradition. And I remember when I arrived, I already had one friend.
Okay.
I had met this woman, Mariam Matan Daftari. She was her father-in-law was a member of parliament, had been president for a while. Her husband, Hidayat Matan Daftari, was the grandson of Musaddiq.
Okay.
And so he was persona non grata because he was, you know, a follower of Musaddiq.
Yeah.
And I knew his wife. I met her here. She had come to Delhi, and so when I arrived, I already knew an Iranian, a highly cultivated culture person, and through them I met a lot of very, very interesting Iranian people, and I made a tremendous effort because I felt that the origins of our crafts and of our culture and our tradition lay in Iran.
Okay.
So I made a tremendous effort to learn the language,
Yes,
and
learn
I
the
speak
language.
it
Yeah.
fluently. I'm very proud of that. And you see,
You also learned to cook the food.
yes,
Yeah.
the food was delicious. You know, and each region there had a different cuisine. You
Yeah.
know. Now, the fact that I made a tremendous effort to learn the language made me loved by the people, because all the other UN people who'd been there for 10 years or 12 years,
Bothered, yeah.
they were bothered. And there were a lot of Indians also working in the UN. They would just hang around with each other, and they would be very snobbish, and they would make fun of me and say, oh, she only mixes with the Iranians, she doesn't talk to us. Well, I said, you know, if I wanted to mix with the Indians, I could have stayed back home in India. I've come here to learn about the culture, and I wanted very much. And it was to learn about the culture, and what better way than this. The other thing which Iran did for me was that I found myself. You see, in your own country, you are accepted as you are, of course, but the minute you open your mouth, they know they can fit you in.
A box.
You know, in a box. She's been convent educated. Oh, I see. She's comes from the well-to-do family. She's from the privileged class. And all my life, I have been trying to break out of that. That's why I think I joined the Students' Federation, the Communist Party, because I thought I must break that. I wanted to be one with the marginalized people, but I could not be despite all my efforts in India. But when I went to Iran, nobody knew me. Nobody knew my background.
Yeah.
Nobody knew my family. Here, such a small world, though it's a huge country and a big population, somebody or the other always knows who you are and where you come from. In Iran, nobody knew me. I just had one friend, and that was Iranian friend, and that was Mariam. And there they accepted me for what I was. And from the craftsmen who came from the villages, who became my friends, And it was so amazing, and so wonderful for me that they would come from the village, just like in India, they would come straight to me. They wouldn't go to their Iranian, officials. They would come to me. And the driver who belonged to that organization who used to drive me around was my friend. He used to on Sundays bring his son to come and play with my son, and so I knew the Queen, her cousin, Bijan Safari, a great artist, architect, theatre person, who advised her on all cultural, who was, like we have the same thing, that your mother's brother is like a surrogate father for you. So he was her cousin from the mother's side.
Okay.
She had lost her father when she was a young girl, Shabana, Farah, Diba.
Yeah.
And so she'd been brought up by her uncle, and Bijan, the most extraordinary person, Safari, was her cultural advisor, and he became one of my closest friends.
Okay.
So I knew him, I knew the master craftsman, I knew Agai Ramazani, who was my driver, who became my friend. So from the top to the bottom, from the Queen, and the first time I met the Queen, I was introduced to her by one of my friends, and said, she speaks Persian. And the Queen was French speaking because she was studying Beaux-Arts in Paris. And so she started talking to me in Farsi, and I felt very embarrassed, because there are 3 levels of Persian, as you know. One is the one which is the Tarufi, which is the one which you speak in the court language. Then the other is the intellectual, and also the ones that the elite speak. And the third is the Luti,
Common language.
The common language. And so I only learned while I was doing my research by talking to the villagers. So I said to her, Your Highness, I don't know how to speak Persian. Please don't speak to me. I'm very embarrassed. They're all looking so shocked when I'm talking to you. So she was laughing. She was so tickled that she was hearing the people's language from me. And she would insist on speaking to me. And we became good friends.
Okay.
So, that was for me my dream. That I was accepted for myself, not from what I came from or my family or anything. And I met some extraordinary people there, and I also worked with the craftsmen, and I had wonderful designers, researchers, a team of nearly 12 people with whom I carried out surveys and studies all over Iran. I know Iran. Even today I can say I know Iran like the back of my hand, as I knew India, because I traveled the length and the breadth of Iran.
And you also did some publications on
Yes, I wrote 3 books.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite books, which came out after I left, was Living Cultural Tradition of Iran, which is up there, you can see it.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was a book which was written with a lot of love and passion for the beauty of Iran, and it was the living culture of Iran that I was fortunate to come to know. It became like a second home for me.
You were there for how many years?
I was there for 7 years.
7 years.
And in fact, so much so that my son, the first part when I went, he was very small. He was 3 years old. But when I went back again, he came with me. And he also learned about the culture and the traditions, and he was also enriched. And he speaks Persian too.
Okay.
You know,
He went to school
and he was with me, and we traveled together, and he went to school there, etc. So Iran had a range of crafts, and it also had, because it was at the crossroads, you know, a lot of pride in their own language, great love for their literature, their own language. You know, my friend Hidayat Matan Dartari, who was Sadiq's grandson, was sent to school, Harrow or whatever it is, that
private school,
snobbish English school, as a child of 12 years old. And then he went to university there. And when he came back, the newspaper that he read, to feel that he had read the newspaper, was a Persian newspaper. Because he had the great love for all of them, they all knew Persian. They all knew Persian poetry. They were great. We, you know, every evening, whenever we met together, it used to be wonderful. Not a foolish evenings that you spend here talking, gossiping, and things like that. They would recite poetry. Somebody would pay the par and sing Jalaluddin Rumi's Masnavi. Then they would, you know, smoke a pipe of opium, and it was not the kind of opium that people talk of, you know, like the Chinese, which knocks you out. It had a kind of, it opened your sensibilities, you know. It was, they would call it wafur. It had a long pipe, and it was a very mild. You got more of a kick from whiskey, which everybody imbibes here all the time. Then you got from that smoking the wafur. And it had a whole culture. In the well-to-do places, they would have a room that they would build, in which they would have, you know, cushions laid out, and then mangal, which was the beautiful brass fireplace with live coal burning, and you sat around, and the samovar with the tea brewing and sugar, and people would recite poetry, would sing music, and it was like as if you really entered their inner life. And they would talk about their dreams, and it would be that they wanted to be a poet, but how they had to become an engineer. Somebody wanted to be a doctor, but her parents forced her to an early marriage. You know, it was life. Because I learned the language, these people accepted me, and I sat in their homes and shared it. And what was so wonderful was, like for instance, I did a study of Khorasan. Khorasan is, you know, you've been to Khorasan. Khorasan is a place where some of the best fruits and grapes come, as well as the saffron comes there. That saffron is better than the Kashmiri saffron. And so I made a study of Birjan district, which was between Baluchistan and northern Khorasan, which was extremely agriculturally rich. Birjan was in between the desert and so it had a mixed and there I learned something extremely interesting, and that study of mine, the study of Birjan, became a well-known study of the culture of poverty. You know, and because it had had 13 years of drought, and there was no irrigation system. So for 13 years, it was the crafts on which they survived. And the crafts were practiced by the women. Now, they also had a survey, like we have a survey of India, of the population. So in that, they would say, head of the family, he's agriculturist. A woman, housewife. So she was not.
Never looked at her.
But that woman was the mainstay of the family because she did crafts, and crafts didn't feature in the surveying study. And so our study, which we did with these young students from the Tehran University, economists, two young women and men, we discovered that families were maintained by the crafts, carpet weaving, cloth weaving, wood carving, basket making, mat weaving, you know, and a whole range of crafts which they practiced. And people were astonished. And that was wonderful. It was quoted all over.
Okay.
And it made me feel good because, you know, they were neglected. So then the next thing that they did was ask me to go to Balochistan.
Okay.
And because that conditions were even worse then. Balochistan was absolutely a drought-prone area, permanent, with only small oases and then desert people, nomadic people. And so, you know, it also enriched me because the thing is that my work in handicrafts over here and handlooms was limited to the lines that were drawn by the Planning Commission and by the bureaucratic. But there, because I came from outside, there was no program or anything. I could build
you had a lot more freedom.
you know, a whole program. So when I made these changes made them think. This was then, and through this work of mine, I shared it with the anthropologists, and they called it Mardum Shanasi. You know, Mardum is men, Shanasi is knowledge of men, anthropology. So they had a department in the Tehran University.
You taught at the university.
And I have also taught there. That was later I taught in the Danishgai Farabi, which is the art and culture. But these people said to me, you come and lecture to our MA students of anthropology because what you have studied is very important. And so it became part of the curriculum of the anthropology. And there was this fantastic man, Nader Afshar Nadri. He was a descendant of Nader Shah.
Okay.
And you know, when he came to visit here, I told him, don't tell anybody because we hate Nader Shah. About it, so he says, you see, I didn't dare mention my ancestry. He was an anthropologist. Then there's his wife who was Colombian and who joined him. They met in Paris when she was 16. She was an anthropologist. All the anthropologists, Rahul Nini was an anthropologist. They all picked up on my research and made me come and teach. There was this man who did wonderful work, Khusru Khusravi, another anthropologist who, poor fellow, languished in prison during the Shah's time and during Khomeini's time. Khusru Khusravi, who was a very, very good friend of mine and whom I met again in Central Asia when they were doing work, when I was doing work on the Silk Route. So I worked for 3 years in the rural non-farm employment sector, and then I came back to India.
That was in 78?
That was, no, I went there in 1970. 3 years, then I came back. You know, when we had that war with Bangladesh,
Yeah.
and I felt very guilty that I wasn't here. Everybody else, you know, everybody was missing a meal,
Yeah,
was
raising money.
giving money
Mhm.
because of all the refugees. You know, 1 million refugees had come, and I felt, my God, look at me earning money, because you know I used to be paid what I would get in 1 month there was what I would get in India for a year.
Okay.
So I gave up my job and I came back. Everybody thought I was cuckoo.
Mm-hmm.
Came back and joined the All India Handicrafts Board and worked here. But unfortunately, I got so used to being so free when I was working in Iran that I refused to accept the bureaucratic norms
Yeah.
and had a fight with the minister. And after 19 years of service in the government of India, I threw in my resignation.
Okay.
And everybody said, wait for another year, then you'll be entitled to pension. I said, I can't take it. I can't be insulted by maybe a minister, you know, and so on and so forth. So I resigned. And then they got another job and they said they only wanted me back. They didn't want anybody else, which was for the
In
handicrafts development in Iran.
Okay.
You see, the first one was rural non-farm
Yeah.
employment, which was in the rural area. The second one was the urban crafts, which was handicrafts. So they said, we don't want anybody, we just want her.
So you went back in?
So I went back to Iran and I did my work there in in that whole area. And then after 2 years, the contract was over, and I was then offered a job by a new university of art and culture called Danishkai Farabi as advisor on Asian art and culture and on applied arts to help to build up. So for 1 year, I helped them to build up their curriculum.
Okay.
And worked in the university. And that's also when I wrote, my first book was, I had already written, which was that I mentioned to you. Then I wrote another living cultural tradition. My second book, unfortunately, got lost, which was on Turkoman tribe.
Okay.
Because when I did that book and it was finished and about to be brought out, they were just waiting to be bound when the revolution happened. And Khomeini came in and they destroyed everything. And so I felt that that book was really lost in a way, and I don't even have a copy.
You didn't?
And I tried very hard to track that book. But there was also other publications which, on Kalamkar and so on and so forth. So we did a lot of work, and I encouraged a lot of people to do research and so on. And
you left Iran then when the revolution started.
So actually, the thing is that what happened was that in 1978, when I was working with the Danishkai Farabi, I wasn't getting much of a salary from them, and I decided that I would, that I really needed a little change. But I hated to leave Iran. It was part of my life. But it was hard. Himan was a child who was growing up. And, he was with me, he was being educated. And cost of living in Iran was pretty high and the salary was pretty low. And in the meantime, I got the offer from the International Labour Organization to head a Pan-African organization for employment of women in for African countries to work linked with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa.
Okay.
So I would cover the whole of Africa, and it was, quite a fantastic job. And everybody said to me, all my friends said to me, "You stupid, don't refuse this job. This is a fantastic job, and the amount you will learn." And then I told them that I'm leaving, and Shabano then requested me. She said, "Don't go. What is it? You want money? We'll give you what the UN is going to give you. You want a house in Isfahan? We'll give you a house in Isfahan.
Okay.
You whatever you want, we'll give you. You want to go to Africa? I'll send you for 3 months to Africa." So I don't know how good sense prevailed, because there was no question at that time about the revolution and women coming back or any such thing. And I said to her, "You see, it's a different thing if you send me. But if I'm working there, give me 2 years, let me sign that I'll come back, and I'll come back enriched, and I'll work with you." But I said, "Don't forget all those promises that you're making to me, but I will go."
Yeah.
So I decided to come, to go to Africa. But Africa was Addis Ababa,
Okay. You were
Ethiopia.
based there.
That was the headquarters.
Okay.
And Ethiopia had gone through a revolution too, and there was this Red Terror, and there were people being killed, and so on. And so, I also felt, let me go there. Right? I told them, let me go and first find out if I can handle that and live there, because if people are being killed all over the place, I can't take it. I don't want to go there. So in August, it's so funny, my birthday is in August, and every time on my birthday, things happen.
Okay.
Like, and this is August, I went to Africa. I went to Addis Ababa. I spent 3 weeks there. And I discovered that it was fine, that I could manage, But it was still a little, difficult area, So, but I decided I was going to take this. This was a huge challenge. It was quite extraordinary. I didn't know one single person
in Africa.
In Africa. Iran, I knew. My friends were head of the United Nations, the Shaloms. Mariam Matin Daftri, I knew at least somebody, but here I didn't know anybody. But I decided I was going to come there. So I came, but I took 1 month off to have a holiday in Europe before going. So what I did was I packed up my bags, and through Lufthansa, they were going to fly them to Addis Ababa, but I said I was only going to reach there in November, so this was in September. So I said, don't send it to me till December, keep it in storage and I'll pay for it. Because I didn't want to arrive there before I arrived.
Yeah.
And after I left, the Shah left, then Khomeini came, the revolution took place, and my stuff remained
in Tehran.
Oh. But luckily, in the godown of Lufthansa, so nobody touched it. But I thought I had lost everything. All my collection of carpets, all my beautiful collection of stuff from India, and everything I thought was lost and gone forever. In 1978, November, I arrived in Addis Ababa.
And you came alone to Africa? You didn't bring Himan with you?
No. Himan had in the meantime gone to boarding school in Mayo College, because It was totally new. I didn't know, and the conditions were such I couldn't have sent him to school there. And so I arrived there, and on my way, I got news that I lost my mother.
Yes.
As I mentioned to you, and I never came home which was terrible. But the challenge of the job was there. I covered 21 African countries. And in the beginning, it was very hard because Africans don't care for Indians. The Indians had supported the apartheid and had tried to identify themselves, except in South Africa. And they were part of the entire movement. And a few people in Kenya. But otherwise, they didn't care for the Indians. Or they were exploited.
Yeah.
So the first reaction of the Africans to me was,
We don't like you.
that, no, not like me, but keep at a distance. But slowly when they found that I was really, really interested in the work, in my work, and identified myself, and I made friends with them, and I would invite them over to my house and cook them Indian food and go to their homes and taste their food and so on and so forth. We became friends, they accepted me. In fact, when I left Africa, I had set up, with the help of other African people, and what was called an International African Cultural Center. And we used to every fortnight meet, and because there were people from all over Africa, and everybody had to present the food, the culture, and so on and so forth that we had. And so these people gave me a farewell, and they said, the real African in our midst is leaving us today, which was coming from them, a great compliment. Anyway, this African from 1978 November, I was there till 1982.
Okay. And the work you did in Africa was similar then to the work you'd been doing?
Yes, similar and yet different.
Okay.
Because you see, though I was supposed to be working on the socio-economic and employment of women in cottage industries and small-scale industry, they did not have a program for small-scale and cottage industries. So I had to work on developing in the different states with their planning commission for socio-economic and as well as the employment for women as well as men. Because if you don't have a program, then where is the, and the place that I found fascinating, where I was able to do a lot of work, was, strangely enough, Somalia.
Okay.
Somalia was a very difficult place to work in. It was known as the graveyard of the UN projects. 2 projects which worked were set up for women. One was with the Somalian Women's Association, that's thanks to them, the Somalian. And another one was also weaving technologies in Somalia.
Which you set up?
We set up.
Okay.
2 of them that was successful. The other place where it was very successful was in Botswana. Botswana was an extraordinarily interesting place. They worked modestly and they did an excellent job. And we set up a project over there which worked very well, which was originally started by the Swedish, development agency, and then taken up by the UN to process the local wool and to make beautiful hangings of the life of the people. They didn't have a tradition of weaving, and that was a great success. And the other one, two projects that were successful was in Ethiopia. And the one was the project which was for pottery makers, and they were the Guragis, who the tradition is that they came from India.
Okay.
You know, because the first century AD book Peripulus of the Erythraean Sea compares that India and Eritrea are the same.
Okay.
This is a Roman Greek, Romo-Greco the book of travel. Okay. And there is a close link between Eritrea and Ethiopia and India.
Okay.
And the Guragis were the potters. They were supposed to be magicians, like Indians are supposed to be, and they were also marginalized, and they lived on the edge of the society. So we had a pottery thing, and we did a very interesting study of a fiber that was insect, it was known as. It was the false banana. It looked like a banana, but it was not edible banana. What you ate were the fibers, and so that could give to the poorest of the poor in a small piece of land enough food for them to survive. It's insect. It's every part of that thing used to the fibers were used to, the sap was used, the leaves were used for cooking, just like we use the banana. And then there was also another weaving project and another potter another project for them for embroidery. Very interesting was pottery in Africa is done by the women. Weaving is done by the men. And this is based upon the cultural belief that woman preserves the seed of man. Therefore, she does the pottery. Man protects, so he does hunting and he protects the human race by creating the cloth from the elements, and also the roof of the house and the house, the shelter. Just like in Kutch, the bunga, the rounded hut, is made by the women, the rounded hut. The roof is put in by the men. But the clay roof is created for preserving the seed of man. So in the same way, but typical European attitudes, pottery is done by men, weaving is done by women. So when I arrived there, they had already employed my assistant, and she'd already started weaving, because she was herself a weaver and she was Scandinavian, weaving for women and pottery for men. And I had a very hard time to change the thing around, because they would come to the place to study because they would get money, but they wouldn't study because pottery, because they said if a man touches the wheel, or they didn't have a wheel. They didn't have a wheel. The coil. And then if they start making pottery and this thing, he would become impotent. And if the woman wove, her threads would break. So not understanding the culture, but imposing their own ideas and concepts was one of the big problems in Africa that I had to face. So, when I spoke to the African men who were the planners, they understood because they were very deeply rooted in their tradition, and so they understood what I was talking, and we were able to swing things around. The place which I adored and loved very much was West Africa.
Okay.
Rich in culture, and in crafts, and I made wonderful friends there who are my friends even till today. I mean, even today, I can walk in there, not only me, any of my friends. They have gone there, like in Mali.
Yeah.
I have this woman, Aminata Traore. She did a lot of work in crafts, and I had gone there even after I left the UN job to help work with her for a month. I stayed with her, and when my friends went and they said that they were there, she said, "Just come, this is your home. She's my sister." She became the Minister for Tourism and Culture.
Okay.
Then this Angelique Savané, Marie-Angelique Savané in Senegal.
Okay.
She became the head of UNICEF, and she was another fantastic human being. Ghana, oh, I love Ghana.
And you worked in North Africa also, Egypt?
And I worked in North Africa, I worked in Egypt. I had wonderful friends there. Nawal Hassan. Nawal Hassan is somebody who set up a center there on study of crafts. Hassan Fati, the great architect par excellence, became very close friends. I gave lectures there. Then Nawal al-Sadawi, the feminist who was a writer and so on, she was posted her husband was posted with the ILO, and she came and she also joined the same institution. We became very good friends. Saad Din, who was a professor in the American University and was arrested by Murad, and he spent the last president Mubarak. Nawal was also arrested and put in prison. They all were my friends, and I worked with them, and I did wonderful projects, 2 projects, and I traveled all over. The other place where I was very, very impressed was Tunisia.
Okay.
Superb, fantastic, with great sensitivity to tradition and to their culture, and and the projects, and very, very good projects in weaving of carpets, as well as Bedouin jewelry. Fabulous. That way, we did some work with the Bedouins over there, in Egypt also. And then the other place was Algeria.
Okay.
They're fantastic ceramics done by the women.
Okay.
You see, it was very funny. No man could touch, and they used to go down into the earth, the women, to get the earth naked. Because we are entering the womb of Mother Earth, we had to go naked. They would go naked to dig the earth, bring it out, and prepare it. But firing was done by the men, because that was dealing with the fire. And so women who were not reached menopause were not allowed to come anywhere near the firing, because they said the pots will crack. Because the women have the fault is the crack. And I thought to myself, if they didn't have that crack, where would the human race come from? And So that I really, North Africa was wonderful, very sensitive, wonderful people. I mean, very good friends.
And then you left Africa in 80?
Well, and the other place which I wanted to mention, which I liked very much was in Ethiopia. There is one center where they weave very, very fine cotton, like our muslin with a border, in white. And Ethiopians generally wear white. And in the Ajanta caves, in one of the big murals, you see the king and dancers with ringlets and white. They are Ethiopian dancers. And that's 7th century AD. So we had this contact with Africa.
Yeah.
So, I mean, 21 countries. I knew the ABC of the travel better than travel because I was running all over the place to cover 21 countries. And they called me the crazy Indian woman.
You never got exhausted?
With love. And I left. They didn't want me to leave, but my son, who was in a boarding school, was running into trouble. And I felt, now I have to go back. They kept telling me, we'll raise your salary, we will do this. And I tell you, my God, I've never earned so much money in my life as I earned there. I was the highest paid Indian for the UN.
Yeah.
They gave me 2 tickets for my son to come and visit me, and 2 tickets for me to go home during the year. They gave me 2 tickets to Europe and 1 ticket to America, and I was covered medically fully, but you see, my marriage had also broken, and my son used to come and spend a lot of time with me, but I felt that I needed to give him, so I said no. And I also was tired. I wanted to come home.
We've been running around a lot.
And I felt, and I'm so glad. I didn't want to be like the other, UN Asian expatriates, neither belonging to their own country nor to the country where they decide to settle or whatever. So I came home and I never regretted it. And I love my country.
And that was in 80?
And I came back in 1983 because I had to finish my reports and everything in Geneva, and I came back in 1983. And funnily enough, I arrived here in Delhi and I never had this problem. I couldn't get a house on rent. Nobody would give me a house on rent in Delhi. And I went to visit my friends. I had lots of friends in Ahmedabad, very, very close friends. And they said to me, why, you don't have a husband? Your child is in a boarding school. You don't have a job. Why do you want to live in Delhi? Come and live in Ahmedabad. So I jokingly, I said, find me a house, I'll come. The next day they found me a house. For 1 year, this gentleman gave me his house rent-free. And I came back and I lived for 6 years
in
Ahmedabad. And that was a good experience for me. I had promised myself that when I'm 50, I would be free of any establishment. I would not work with the government or with any voluntary organization or the UN. I'll just do the things that I've always wanted to do and be independent.
So you were 50 when you
So I was, I was 50.
Okay.
83, I arrived there, born in 1933. So I was there, and it was a smaller town. So I was happy, and I hadn't saved any money, so I had very limited money. Though I was a highly paid person. I blew it all. I had a whale of a good time.
Okay.
And I had a reputation that I was the only Indian who wasn't saving every penny, you know. Otherwise, the only thing that the Indians would think of is where they could get things cheap. What they could get extra allowances for, etc. So it used to drive me bananas. And they wouldn't spend any money. And they would live so miserably. So I was the only Indian who would have an open house and people coming in, and I had duty-free privileges. So I used to blow my money, you know, and have a good time. When I arrived, I had very limited money. No pension, because you get pension only after 60. So Ahmedabad was an easy place for me to live on that small income that I had from that whatever little money that I had saved. And so it was wonderful. I had a wonderful friend, and they were all delighted to have me there. Then
you were looking for work when you
no. And all my friends, including Ashok Chatterjee and Lutika Vardarajan, and everybody was trying to push me, join this, join that. And so, and you know, if I had stayed in Delhi, they would have roped me, and Kamla Devi was putting me in one direction, somebody else putting me in another direction. So I was very happy to run away to Ahmedabad. I didn't want to, I had enough money. I wanted to write and so on. So I wanted to work with the various institutions which were there, the National Institute of Design, and when Martin Singh was there looking after this, the museum, Calico Museum. Ahmedabad had, you know,
it was a rich place.
Very rich, you know. There was the Management Institute doing experimental things, and there was also ISRO, School of Architecture. I had very good friends like Gira was my friend, Maku was my friend. Gira had been removed from the Calico Museum, and Ashok Chatterjee was my friend. He was the head of the thing, and ISRO I also knew. I knew everyone. So I thought I will do my research and so on and so forth. Well, I found that it wasn't so easy to enter, but I did do one research which was in Kutch. And it was with the School of Architecture, NID and me, and we took students from both, and we went to study a cluster of craftspeople known as the Meghwals. In the Bandi area. So that way I got a very in-depth exposure to Kutch, and we did a research on that, which in fact has helped a lot of people to continue research on you know, how the socio-cultural geoclimatic affects the lives of the community and that community. And Gujarat contributed to my re-entry into India. Being a small place, I could meet with various people, travel, do various things, you know. And so I was very happy to be living there. I bought a house and made myself pretty comfortable, and I started doing a little bit of work in Kutch. In the meantime, what happened was that the chief minister, I think that was a Congress at that time, was told that you have a great expert of cottage industries and handicrafts living in Ahmedabad. Are you not using her? I said, no, who is she? So they told me about me. So he came back and he told the managing director of Gujarat Handicrafts Development Corporation to request me to become a director in the board. So he came to me, and it was Mr. Randhawa, who was the himself very interested in Kutch, and he said, Madam, I've been asked by the Chief Minister to request you to become on the board. And I said, no, I promised myself. He said, you're not being paid anything. We're not employing you. You do what you please. And you tell us what to do, we'll follow you. And Nalini Sarabhai was also the chairperson of the board. She said, your friend is the chairperson. She's also asking you. So they, Nalini, the Mr. Randhava, who used their influence with all my friends, bullied me into accepting. And so me, being me, once I accept, I give all of myself. So I became very involved and did a lot of work, especially in Kutch.
Okay.
Because they were having terrible drought. People were dying. Animals were dying. 1/3 of the animals in Kutch died. And so a scheme, we initiated a scheme that instead of craftspeople breaking stones, why can't we use handicrafts as employment, insurance scheme. So we started, and I, with the help of a few people, ran that scheme, and not one penny was stolen.
Okay.
And it also gave us the opportunity to revive all the old crafts. So we did a lot of work,
All over Kutch.
all over Kutch. And then also, because I was, so that was one of the main areas that I did. As well as what happened was that Malika Sarabhai set up Mapin. At the same time, she became pregnant, and she also was picked up by Peter Brook to do the Draupadi's part, so she was not available. So they entrusted me with setting up Mapin.
Okay.
And the first books that came out, Crafts, Living Tradition of Crafts of Gujarat, I did.
Yeah.
Edited it and produced it. Haku Shah's book. That time 5 books came out. Dedi Setna's book, Haku Shah's book, a Haveli book by Dr. Parmar, and so on. So 5 books. So the first part of Mapin,
You were responsible.
was responsible for initiating the Amit Ambala. I got him to write his book and all the rest of it. But the Sarabhais being Sarabhais, I used my own car, my own petrol. They would, they are going to Baroda, and they would say, Jasleen, our car is broken down. Can we use your car? I said, yes, of course. They wouldn't even bother to fill up the petrol. Anyway, so after a whole year of this kind of behavior and 6 books, so I said, you should really reimburse me for this work, and they are so wealthy. So they offered me 10,000 rupees per annum. So I told them that I pay more to my cook than what you're offering me. And then they said, we don't have any money, etc., etc. So I said, okay, then what you can do is, don't pay me 10,000, I'll probably end up by, you pay for my petrol bills. Oh, that'll come more than 10,000. We can't afford it. So I got so cheesed off. So I said, forget it. You find somebody else. So I withdrew from Mapin. But I helped to set it up. So it was a good thing for me. It was an exposure. My first book on my return came out, The Crafts of Gujarat, which sold.
Yeah, did very well.
Very well, 2-3 editions and so on and so forth. So Gujarat was a wonderful experience for me, but I somehow missed Delhi.
Okay.
Because all my friends were here.
The family was here.
And my family was here. And then my son decided also to come and work to study in Jamia Millia.
Okay.
And I didn't want to be without him. So I moved back to Delhi.
Okay.
And
This was about 1999.
that was in 1989. In the meantime, also, I got an offer for 1 year to teach at NIFT, which was just being set up.
Okay.
So I said 1 year, yes, I'll teach in the NIFT, and I'll train somebody as an understudy on the history of Indian textiles and costumes.
Okay.
So I taught for a year, and I had a wonderful time.
Mm-hmm.
And they were wonderful young people who were studying and whom I was teaching. I learned a lot from them. I gave a lot to them.
Okay.
Until today, they keep in touch with me. So it was wonderful. Gujarat did that for me.
Yeah.
That I came back and in NID, I met a lot of people.
And you met people here.
And then again, I worked for a year. But you see, it was very expensive for me to work with them because I used to get still. How I made my living was I used to get short-term consultancies because I refused to accept any long-term. I don't want to go away. I don't want to disrupt
Short-term
my life.
consultancies from?
With
UN.
With the UN.
Okay.
So I came, so after 1 year, I told them this is too expensive for me. 1 year is enough because I'm losing out money.
Yeah.
So then I did short-term consultancies in various parts of the world.
Okay.
One of the places that I found very difficult, didn't enjoy, was North Korea.
Okay.
Impossible place to work. But from here I went for 4 years short-term consultancies in Central Asia.
And that you enjoy?
Which I love.
Yeah.
Because I felt that I originally come from Central Asia.
Yeah.
I'm not part of the Gangetic Plains.
No.
And when I went there, I felt I had come home. You know, and so.
And also Central Asia shared a lot of similarities with Iran.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
And that's also why you felt at home there. Yeah.
So, so it was really, but Iran, very sophisticated, very, very sophisticated. You know. So I, you know, came back home here. Delhi was also a place where I became part and parcel back again in for seminars and lectures and meeting people, you know, from all over the world. And then I started doing, you know, I started getting and entering the academic world. So I was given the Hill Professorship, which was an honor. Were given only to very special people. Then I was a visiting scholar in Australia, in Canberra School of Arts, in the COFA in Sydney, then in the Art and Culture Department in Wollongong University, in Adelaide. And the first time I went to Australia, I wrote to a friend of mine at the Canberra School of Arts saying that I'm coming and I hope I can give a lecture and come over and see you. And she sent emails to everybody. My reputation for all the books, because by then I had written about 10, 12 books, etc. You know, Marg,
yes, you did
where Marg. You are the editor. I was editor of Marg from contributing editor on their list of editors from 1960 to 1965 or 69, something like that. And I did, I brought out the textiles, embroidery, jewelry, carpets, Bihar, Rajasthan, lacquer work, so many editions of Marg I brought out.
Okay.
And then my first book was The Folk Arts and Crafts of India, which I brought out.
And then you did one woven silks also?
Yes, Marg I did woven silks also. So, so everybody knew me. And I lectured all over Australia. So my son, who makes fun of me and also very proud of me, said to me, my mother is the one-person circus of India, going around and lecturing all over. And when Sonal Mansingh asked him, because my son had gone to study cinematography in Australia and had stayed on there, said, Himan, try and arrange some performances for me in Australia. He said, ask my mother. She knows many more people than I do. Because you know, when you are lecturing, everybody comes to your lecture, and you come to know them, and then they wine you and they dine you and so on.
But this is also the time when you maybe started doing exhibitions, mounting exhibitions?
Yes.
Or did that come later?
No, the first time what I did was also my 2 cookbooks.
Ah, yes, in the 90s.
And it was so funny. More people have read my cookbooks than my books on folk arts and crafts and so on and so forth. So I had used to, when I came back to Delhi, I used to be constantly suffering from some ailment or the other. And I met a naturopath and a yoga practitioner and Ayurveda, Dr. Ishwar Sharma. So he put me on a diet. And you know, Ayurvedic diets are horrendous. Ghee, tori, kaddu, all these horrible vegetables, no meat, no spices, no nothing. So I love food, so I decided to make my own recipes. So I would take vegetable and write recipe for soup, salad, main dish, dessert. You won't believe it, of this Loki, that ghee or the gourd, of cabbage, of you know, all the vegetables.
Just to make them.
But being a researcher, I would do a research of the origin of these vegetables, like you know, and so I would start by say aubergine, you know, and where did it come from, and so on and so forth, and tomatoes and avocados and things like that. So there were recipes, and so there were little stories because children don't like to eat vegetables. So I had said that read the stories for them and they will read. And like avocado is a very naughty story. Avocado is from Latin America and it means the testicle. And so and tomato were known as love apples. And Bengal, people thought, came from also from Latin America because they thought it was connected with tomatoes, which actually an Indian vegetable. It's not. It is vatana. Without, it doesn't cause flatulence. Vatana is the Gujarati and the Sanskrit word for it. And then also I discovered that all the vegetables that the Brahmins are prohibited from eating are the ones that have come from outside. And so, you know, so also because I hate wasting time and doing all those elaborate cooking, my vegetarian dishes were very easy. So a lot of people said, for God's sake, we want these recipes, they're so lovely. Because he puts us on this horrible diet, and my doctor also said, please Jasleen ji, write this cookbook, it will make life easier for me and my patients. So I wrote the book and Penguin published it. And it was so funny that when they released the book, we did a demonstration and food also. And Penguin didn't expect more than 30 or 40 people, and it was also raining during the monsoon. And so they, you know, closed the hall downstairs on Habitat Center for 50 chairs. And 200 people came.
Wow.
And I was, of course, laughing and thinking that my friends have come to support me. This foolish woman is writing about cooking, about which she knows nothing. because my sister and my niece are great cooks.
Okay.
I'm not. And my enemies came to see that I fall on my face. So with the result, I had a huge audience. And we demonstrated, and and everybody came, tasted, you know, and then they had cooked for 50 people, and 200 people came for the food, you know, and they paid for it. It's not that it was free food. So that was the thing which was wonderful, because I also, in 45 minutes, you can cook a full meal. You know, and it saves a lot of time and it tastes different. You know, no oil, not too much spices. And my cuisine has been influenced by Iranian and Turkish, because I use fruit and herbs and you know, and things like that. So that was something which I think which gave, and I became very popular. And I always laugh that people don't read my books, which are
But they use your
scholarly, but they read my cookbooks more.
Yeah. So then you did your second cookbook on.
Then I did my second cookbook, because I'm not a vegetarian, and this was known as Joy of Vegetarian Cooking. And all my friends said, "You are such a hoax. What about your non-vegetarian?" So I said, okay. So then, so as to live up to my words that I would be, you know, so I wrote Cooking for All Seasons. That is, if you eat meat, you should eat X amount, and in sort of, for instance, pork should be eaten only in winter. Fish could be eaten on certain, and during the monsoons you don't eat the fish, you know. So that I kept to my belief of eating according to the geoclimatic situation, conditions, and so on. And I did, and I stayed on in Delhi, lecturing, talking, enjoying my life.
About the exhibitions? Do you want to talk
Yeah,
about
you
that?
said about the exhibitions. Yes, what happened was that various people wanted me to head them. I organized the exhibitions in, you know, when as a part of my work in Australia. And then what happened was that people came to know that I was free, I was available. So like the ambassador in Indonesia was organizing a big cultural event, and he wanted to do a textile exhibition. And common heritage, India and Indonesia. So he asked me, and I did an exhibition called Woven Magic. So I made a collection here of Indian objects, and the Indonesian museum curator was supposed to make a collection there, but she never did. So I went there and I rushed around and made a collection, did a wonderful exhibition and brought out a catalogue also. And I have the catalogue with me, which is selling even today. And then I did, then the NIFT people asked me to do an exhibition on traditional and contemporary textiles in the Philippines. So we did an exhibition where in the National Museum I did an exhibition of traditional from the Crafts Museum, and then from NIFT the use of hand-woven textiles in, so that, you know, again a catalogue. And we did a seminar on the Philippines and India connection of textiles. So we did that. Then
Australia, the Commonwealth?
Australia, that was a major thing. And we did that in Australia, which is, you know, threads which connect. Because they asked me to do an exhibition on for the Commonwealth Games. And their idea was, you get textiles from each Commonwealth country, you put them up, they will look beautiful, we bring a catalogue, it will be fine. But I decided I would go to the root of the thing. What Commonwealth, what does it mean, how does it come, so on and so forth. And it was, so I took totally another approach of how textiles connected, but also we, that the Commonwealth came up because of the trade and how they encroached upon us, and they came as merchants and as evangelists and stayed on to conquer us, not just India but all over. And this whole business of the colonization took and how that influenced. So it was a totally a different approach. But I must say, Australia supported us fully. They gave me a budget of $200,000
for the exhibition.
For the exhibition, and we got beautiful stuff from all over. It was a stunning exhibition. Then when they handed over the torch to India, the Chief Minister Sheila Dikshit had gone there, and she saw the exhibition and she said, why don't you bring this exhibition to India? So then they asked me to do it here. We changed it, we had to reduce because we didn't have such a big budget, and also we didn't have that kind of space. So we made it but for the first time in India, they saw that there were only 3 Indian textile pieces, the rest were from all over the world. We had fabulous stuff from Africa, from the museum in Vienna, fabulous stuff from Trinidad, from the masquerade that they had there, and lovely coronation robe, etc., from Malaysia. So people loved that exhibition because it was the first time that a textile exhibition showed them textiles from the world over.
Not just
so we had that exhibition, and it was really went off very well. So then publications were brought out, each one of them, and there were long captions so that people looked and wanted to know more about it.
Then you've also been involved with the Crafts Council of India and the World Crafts Council?
Yeah, Kamala Devi set up the World Crafts Council. She knew, everybody. She knew Beatrice Webb, who was heiress, and she invested in setting up the World Crafts Council. She was the president, Kamala Devi, she was the vice president. And I helped her with that, and there were other people who helped her. Then she set up the Crafts Council of India, and I became a member, and have been a member since then, life member. And I have not played a very active role in the Crafts Council of India because it, unfortunately, involved a lot of these society ladies who used the Crafts Council really more for organizing exhibitions and sales and trips abroad, and, But the World Crafts Council and its branches have done fantastic work because they create a network now. If, for instance, yourself, when you travel, they have branches everywhere. So you get an entry and you find out what the crafts and so on. So that way it has been very useful. But I have been fighting with the Crafts Council of India that your job is not to organize exhibitions. That is the work of NGOs now. They are doing this kind of work. Your job is to look after the interest of the crafts. And there are, the thing is, surveys are very important to get allocation of funds. So they will say 11 million, 20 million, to 36 million are involved in my estimation is
In crafts.
that in the entire cottage industries field, processing of food, etc., this is all cottage industries, is 36 million people are involved, the largest number, and today even more than perhaps the agricultural field, you know, and you see, Crafts Council of India should be their political platform.
The platform through which they can lobby for their
and fight the
and-
government
yeah.
and so on. But unfortunately, this has not happened so far. But now it's happening.
Okay.
Now they are learning.
The Crafts Council.
The Crafts Council, they are learning, and they've got wonderful people whom they have put in there, and things are changing.
That's good.
And then recently what has happened was that for the 12th plan, this wonderful member of the Planning Commission, Dr. Saida Hamid, set up a panel, from all over India, and they made me and another woman, Gulshan Nanda, as members also. We were not part of any organization or anything. She was director, honorary chairperson of the Central Cottage Industries Emporium. I was not. I've never taken any, you know, I loathe the idea of belonging to any establishment. So I was the only non-establishment person, and I don't associate myself, I don't take sides or anything. And they made me co-chairperson,
Okay.
and veritable first chairperson of the committee for nearly a year and a half
Okay.
on handlooms. And we did a major work. I really worked my head off. And you see, we discovered that Northeast has the largest number of textile, and they are women. Because every home has a loom, and they weave. And I fought, and I established a special committee for that. We got people, anthropologists, workers, directors of institutions, and so on and so forth on that committee, and we produced a very major paper on that. And I introduced a lot of radical ideas and concepts of how to use the tribal community, and that it should be like sharing. They give 50% and the government gives 50%. Like you see,
Sharing in the making.
in the making of institutions.
Okay.
You know, because like Nagaland, Nepal, Mizoram, all these people, they are extremely sophisticated.
Yes.
They have wonderful fashion sense. They have beautiful fashion shows. We don't know anything about them, you know. And so they were wanting to introduce jacquard looms, whereas that is the center for the backstrap weaving, which has great value as a traditional thing. So we fought tooth and nail against that, you know. And I made the suggestion that why don't we use the tribal organization? Because the head of the tribe, they own the land. So let them contribute the land. Let them ask the people to contribute also labor, and let the government give them the money. Then also I got SEVA, self-employment, women's association on the committee to assist that area because there are very few banks to set up women's banking, which they have specialized in that area. So a lot of very new ideas, concepts, and I was supported by doctors like Hamid, and and also that you see this whole sector is split up. Khadi, village industry, handloom, handicraft, coir board, fiber board, silk board, all divided.
Yeah.
So I said in 1952, when these boards were set up, there was a reason, because it was a huge sector, nobody knew anything. Now it's useless. They are just bureaucratic and they are spending government money, our money. Let's put them together and let them make into a strong institution and have a ministry. Like they have Ministry for Textile, let every one of them.
Yeah.
And you see, khadi, handloom, silk, they're all the same.
Yeah.
Why have three institutions so that, vested interests are there? Why not have one, So already this which I had been crying in the wilderness for the last 20 years and nobody listened to, Saida ji
is now
listened to me and she sent a note to the various people, and I'm still pushing.
Okay.
And I never give up, That's one thing. I never give up, ever. Until I am alive, I will keep on pushing.
Jasleen, would you like to tell us something about the various craft institutions that have come up in the country since '47 and how they've contributed to the renewal of crafts, to the study of crafts?
Well, there are a number of institutions which have come up. And before 1947, the Congress Party always at their meetings used to have an exhibition of the handicrafts and folk performances and so on. And Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay was very much involved with that. And so was Gandhi ji, very, very much involved in encouraging this to happen.
Okay. We also had Shantiniketan.
And then there was Shantiniketan, which was much earlier, started by Rabindranath Tagore, and where they had the Kalabhavan, which was really the classical, and then they initiated work on the handicrafts as such and cottage industries, and they set up another school. I have a bee in my bonnet about these separation of the arts and the classical arts or the higher, like painting and sculpture and folk art. I feel that it's very important that we should see the holistic approach of the living cultural traditions. And Kamala Devi ji was very much part of that whole thing, because when she was chairperson to begin with of handicrafts and handloom, she was also vice president of the Sangeet Natak Academy.
Okay. So
and she was responsible for the development of the living cultural traditions and of performing arts. And the performing arts and performers who were people who were discriminated against suddenly have come up. They are the aristocrats of the world today, of our world today.
Yes.
But we were not so successful in the building up of the status of the master craftsman as such. Now, there were institutions which came up, of course we talked about the All India Handicrafts Board, the Handloom Board, Silk Board, but as Khadi village industries, choir and so on. The two institutes which gave a tremendous fillip was the Central Cottage Industries Association, which we talked about. And they used to say that tourists who came to India, they went either to first to Agra to see the Taj, and the second visit was to the Cottage Industries Emporium, because the Cottage Industries Emporium was monumental and people saw the crafts from all over.
But unfortunately, that's not the case today.
That's not the case today,
Yeah.
unfortunately. It's gone down terribly. But what has happened is private institutions have come up and they are doing so well. Now, there were also other institutions which were there, like the Salarjung Museum, which had a fabulous collection of arts and crafts, the Madras Museum, and which also had similar collection, and there were these regional museums which were in Kerala, in and so on. And then there was the Calico Textile Museum, which was showed the best and was one of the finest textile museum in the world. And people came just to see
the textiles.
the textiles.
What about the Crafts Museum?
And then came up the Crafts Museum, which in the beginning was, very popular, came up. Then Shankhu Chowdhury built up, traditional architecture. One of the institutions which has contributed greatly has been the Sanskriti, the Anandagram, which is the initiative of O.P. Jain.
Where we are standing.
Where we are standing. And in a way, it's a symbol, the bud, the tree which multiplies itself has always been a symbol associated with culture and art and its evolution. And Mr. O.P. Jain has, with the help of experts and his own initiative, made a tremendous collection. And there are 3 museums. The first thing he started was the everyday art. And then the Indian terracottas. We had workshops here. He had masters whom he invited, and they made these large horses, and also the collection of terracotta, which you see, which is made, which teaches you the history of terracotta as such. So let's walk towards that now.
Do you want to tell us a little bit how O.P. Jain started this and which
Well,
year
O.P.
he
Jain started, I don't remember what year, but started the everyday art collection and kept it in the basement of his own house. And it was started many years ago. Slowly he built up this place and he added to that. So the Indian terracottas formed one aspect of it, and then the everyday art collection, which he already had, was housed in another hall. And then later on, the latest is a research collection of Indian textiles. It's also always better to see the objects and talk about it than to just talk. This is the Terracotta Museum, and you see here the beginning of, if you go inside, you see the beginning of pottery, how it began. And textiles and pottery are the earliest, and our potters had a very important part in the history of the creativity, because the traditional name for a pot is patram. It is made from leaves, patra. And that name, patram, gave the name patra, which was used for the human body, that which contains the human spirit. It also became, it was used for patram is the actor, because he absorbed the spirit of the person that he enacted. So you see, it has very deep links and connotations with our way of life. And we can move further. You can see the different types of, look at that wonderful bull. He is the Vahana of Shiva. And so when he is, created, and his presence shows the presence of Shiva. And then there are all those wonderful horses. These are the guardians. In the Pudukkottai district in Tamil Nadu, they used to make these figures as nightly shrines. You know, all night they are supposed to ride and protect the villagers. So we should now perhaps move to the textile gallery, and we can show you. But in the meantime, have a look at this goddess seated on the lion, the two symbols of power, of Shakti, created newly. And O.P. Jain runs workshops, provides space for artists to come and work. He has studios over here, and he also himself conducts workshops as such. And
so a lot of what is here is pieces that have been collected, or pieces that
some have been
commissioned?
collected and specially commissioned and made right here as such. And workshops with children, telling them and showing them, and you see and they are contributing and coming to know
about their crafts.
their own background, their tradition, and becoming aware and enriched by this whole experience.
We're now in the textile gallery of Sanskriti, and you yourself also have a big love for textiles. Would you like to start by telling us about some of the textiles that we see around here?
Textiles are my life. I look at textiles as that which tells the story of the universe. And I love surrounding myself with beautiful textiles. I love wearing textiles which are handmade. I never wear machine-made material. Because I feel that in the textiles, the early beginnings of creativity of the human race can be seen. People think that pottery started first, but I think it's textiles, because pottery started by stitching together of leaves, and the stitching together of the leaves created the pot, the patram, as it is, that which contains. And it's also part of weaving process. You are
interlacing.
You see, the architecture began with textiles, because they wove the branches together to create the roof, to create the wattle sides, which even till today are being used. And then from that, weaving started, and then they made amongst the tribal people, the tents. In Iran, for instance, they call this the tent chador, that which covers the person. And chador is the veil that the women wear. So you can imagine that textiles cover us, provide us with shelter, provide us with color.
And the protection.
And the protection not only in the form of covering, but the symbols which are woven protect us. You know. And therefore the textiles are, and I thought we would begin our journey in Sanskriti's research collection with the textiles, which is my love. My life.
Want to start off by telling us a little bit about what you're wearing?
Oh yeah, thank you for asking me. This is one of my favorite textiles. It's called Ilkali. And it comes from Karnataka and is a traditional dress of the people of the Deccan. And it has a border with a matte finish, as it is called over here. And that border is called chatai, which is the mat. And most of the Ilkali saris have this border. The traditional Ilkali sari will be of cotton with a mixed silk pallu, mixed silk border, and the pallu, which is here, which is has this red and white, typical of the Ilkali and the Andhra Karnataka saris. And this has red with the white which is woven in, and it's called top and tenni. Tenni is a bud. It's not what we find in other places that it symbolizes the temple. It could symbolize the temple, but here it's called top and tenni. Top is this straight patta, and tenni is the jasmine bud. So you are woven a patta, which is a support, and the jasmine, which makes our lives fragrant.
And these would be natural dyes?
And the warp has always been, and the wedding sari has always been this blue-black. And the warp has always been indigo. Always. And the weft could be indigo, dark indigo, or it could be black, which would be the black of also a vegetable dye. I had mentioned about the importance of the check. So this is a powerful sari because it has a checked pattern in it, and the checked pattern with the two lines running parallel to the earth, two lines moving upwards to the sky, creates a checkered or a chalk pattern. Central square is the part of the mandala, which is where the bindu is, which is the powerful center. Now, if you notice that there are 9 squares, and these 9 squares represent the nakshatras. And a repeat of this means that we are in the control of the nakshatras which govern our life. And the other interesting thing, which very few people realize, is the game that we have played as children, knots and crosses, is this game where you put a circle and a cross. The circle is the sun and the cross is the night. And therefore that is, we are playing not a children's game. We are playing a cosmic game. And this sacred grid gives power to the sari and blesses the marriage and the woman and her partner. So you see what I mean, why I love textiles is that one piece of cloth tells you so much about the history, the environment, the mythical meanings and so on, which are embodied in a piece of textile. Now here we are in this beautiful room which has extraordinarily beautiful textiles which are embroidered behind us. Now here, this is the bag. It's not a pulkari. Pulkari is which is dispersed, and therefore it's less valuable. Now this one is woven, is embroidered from the wrong side, and the entire surface is covered with silk, so it looks like a silk brocade. Now this particular one is called varida bag, which is that which is created by the paternal grandmother to be given to the bride, and when she covers the bride as she comes into the house, it means she is now part of the family, because a family history is given in this very beautiful. And if you notice that there are little black spots, the black spots are that nobody should cast the evil eye on the embroidery. And you can see that it's in 4 pieces.
Yeah.
Why? Because they could only weave that width. They couldn't weave, and so they had to embroider it and then attach it. And you then get, variations. And also the belief was only God can create perfection. The human being tries to create, but will not succeed. Now, behind me, as you can see, are these extraordinary kanthas which come from Bengal. And they too have a meaning and significance in the lives of the people. They are made from worn out saris. What happens is that, now we all talk about recycling as a new discovery that we have made. Recycling was done in our country from times immemorial. Textiles were very precious. When they were completely worn out, and in Bengal they wore white saris with beautiful rich borders. The main sari would be very, very fine cotton. The borders would be twisted, colorful cotton threads. So they would keep the saris, and when they had 3-4 saris, they would put one on top of the other and stitch it together, and then make patterns on them. And they would make patterns of which are taken from their life, from mythology. And these saris, old saris, they would cut out the border, draw the threads from the border, and use those threads, colorful threads, to do the embroidery. Now, there was a custom also to go and ask somebody who had lived a very long life, somebody who had lived a very rich life, intellectually, spiritually, for a piece of their dhoti, because that would be added to the inside, and the aura of the personality of the person would be absorbed in the kantha. And that was done specially for the kantha, which was used as a wrapper for newborn babies. We never made clothes for newborn babies. We didn't believe, we thought it was tempting fate by making clothes beforehand. So they would make little kanthas like that as wrappers, and they would wrap the child in the kantha. Now, if you look behind you, look at the kantha below.
Yes.
It has the circle, which represents the lotus. The lotus represents the sun on earth. The lotus also represents the opening of the consciousness. The lotus also represents the seat of the gods. The goddess Lakshmi sits on the lotus, and it also represents Buddha.
Okay.
See, and so that's the powerful mandala in the center. On the corners is the tree of life motif. There's a lot of discussion as to where it came from, and we also in Bengal we call it the kalga. Now it also indicates who are the people who have embroidered this. If you see the borders, 1, 2, 3 borders which are running, they look like woven patterns of a border.
Yeah.
So maybe this was embroidered by a weaver's community, by the grandmother for her grandchild, and she copied the borders, or maybe a skillful embroiderer copied the designs from the border. All these colors are from the twisted thick cotton which they pulled out
from the sari.
Then the elephant, the man riding on the elephant, it meant that they are wishing for wealth.
Yes.
Because only a wealthy person would be able to, and then it's also the horses, which is chivalry and chivalrous people. And then you have over there a beautiful peacock, which is eating from a flower, and the peacock is joy. The peacock is also the sunbird, and then the other bird, which is not a peacock but is sacred to the Bengalis, is the bijoy, the eternal, as you see over there. See, fish up above is fertility. Then the tree of life again, which you see emerges in this, and you see the peacocks on top of the tree over this side, eating from the fruit of plenty, and that is the Kalpa Vriksha, the tree of plenty. See, one piece
tells you so much.
Tells you so much about Bengal. Now, the traditions of embroidery are maintained by the women, and they are their soul is represented in the way in their embroideries, and the richness of their beliefs, of their way of life, you can see in the women's work. This is a special technique of Kashmir. Lots of people call it jamewar, but jamewar is different. It is yardage of the kani weave, which was woven for making into jamas. These are the shawls which are woven, and they, as you can see, are in a way very similar. Not totally similar, but very similar. And Akbar started weaving the doshala, the two shawls, because then they would put the two shawls together, and he would wear it so that there would be no wrong side. And so the word of identical shawls being woven together, even if they were not totally identical, were called jamewar. Now, this particular piece was made for export to France, and they were sold, they say, their worth in gold, weight in gold, and became very popular. And there was a great demand, and people from all over the world came. They wove for different markets, different products. This was for the European market. Then they wove khataras, the striped patterns, which were used in Turkey and in Iran to line things, to give the edging, and also they wove shawls to be worn as kamarbands and patkas, and they even traveled to Poland, and they wove square shawls which went to the steppes. Turkmenis used to wear it, which were later copied in Europe. So there was a tremendous demand, and people came from all over the world. And Kashmir is something which was very, very special, and it died out, and we only had one village and a couple of weavers, and they wove the Kanihama shawl, and but it was not of this quality. But fortunately, it has again been revived through the initiative of Kashmir Loom, which was started by Jenny Housego, an English lady who came to work in India, who loves the textiles and has contributed greatly, and her partner Asif. And I'm very glad that Monisha, you are wearing that shawl, Kani shawl, which has similar qualities, not as fine as the one which we are seeing, but as beautiful as ever.